duration politics. We have had, in the last, since 2007, 30 justice and prison ministers in position. And that's like about 1.5 years per person. Okay, and every single one of them that comes in has a rhetoric and an idea that they are just allowed to subject the whole system to. So you've got a civil service in perpetual motion of changing whatever a politician is saying. That politician is never held accountable. Never. You know, Chris Grayling, look at what he done. He decimated prison staff numbers. Decimated them to they're not even recovered now. We're still way under what we were on staffing since 2010. Probation is on its knees, over 100% capacity in probation, and the guy just is allowed to walk away after billions of pounds of public funds being wasted on privatising the prison system and then winding the whole system back. It's just ridiculous. We need to have a long-term view, and it needs to be a public health.
Mark, I'm going to come back to you in a second on that, because I want to hear what your solutions are. I just want to pick something up from the article, which is this exclusive, which taps into what you were saying. The Sunday Mirror reports that the Ministry of Justice forecasts inmate numbers will hit 94,000, over 94,000 actually, by March 2025. A drive to build 20,000 extra places, including 6 new jails, has been hit by planning permission delays at 3 sites. It's a bit like these 40 promised hospitals, isn't it? Never materialised. The Ministry of Justice said, we're building 6 new prisons and creating an additional 20,000 places to deliver the biggest prison expansion in a century. We're also taking action to accelerate additional capacity in the immediate term, including rolling out hundreds of rapid deployment cells, whatever that is, with the first already in place at HMP Norwich. Hang on a minute. What is that? What is a rapid deployment cell?
Okay, so this is really interesting because, can I just say as well, there's another there's another issue here, what nobody is talking about at all, and that is the immigration bill. Okay.
Can we just deal with this first, because we often talk a lot about the immigration bill. I just want to zero in on this at the moment. What is this? But
you're talking about rapid deployment, right? So what they're talking about is synonymous with the immigration bill. So they're bringing in 5 new prison ships. Okay, they are recommissioning condemned prisons. They are putting tents up on the side of very old prisons which should be condemned but are still being used. And then the rapid deployment cells are like modular, okay? So you literally shipping them in and ship them out.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So, what will
the conditions be like in these places, do you know?
Well, the conditions currently are 22 hours a day bang-off, okay? So the UN, through Nelson Mandela's incarceration, the UN ruled that anything over 22 hours a day could be identified as torture. Okay, so extreme isolation and segregation of prisoners, it literally does a disservice to society, because there's all sorts of research around isolating people, human beings, basically, and then allowing them back out into society. And currently, probably, I would say 70 to 80% of all British prisons are on 22 hours a day bang-off. And this is what's not... We talk about capacity, but the human cost to that is literally severe neglect. And please don't think that I mean, I'm pandering to prisoner need, because I'm not. What I'm talking about is I know what neglect causes. I know what it causes in children who are neglected in their homes, but I also know what it means when you've got somebody who's a drug addict, who's mentally ill, who's committing pesty-type crimes. This government has closed over 2/3 of drug rehabilitation centres in this country, so making prison the default mental health, police the default mental health service, and prison the default drug rehab. And they're locked in the door 22 hours a day, and then let back out. 4 in 10 are released homeless.
Yes, well, so I'm going to get on to that in a minute. Mark, alas, time is short. I'd like to know what you think the answer to the question is that I am asking the listeners. Given prison is about to be full by July, according to prison chiefs, what is the solution?
Well, there's a couple, right? So, under the last government, David Blunkett invented a crime called the indeterminate sentence, okay?
They're being phased out. So they're being phased out.
No, there's still a couple of thousand people in prison.
Yeah,
which
but they're no longer being handed out indeterminate sentences. So that's those people that are still...
Let me just clarify this.
Yeah.
They're not handing them out, but there are a couple of thousand people still under those sentences that are not being released from prison. Okay?
Yep.
So if you get a 2-year sentence, some people are in prison still 7 and 8 years over their powers. So beyond those 2 years, that sentence, they're in there now over 7 and 8 years, and they will not release them.
But the counterbalance to that is the determination by the parole board is that they are still remaining in jail because it's for public protection. What's your other solution?
There's a disproportionate amount of people that never come into touch with the parole board.
Understood. What's your other solution?
Long-term political view of this. So instead of having, I absolutely believe the problem is short-duration politics with everybody. It's a political football, right? Is having a long-term view similar to a public health issue, like and literally not allowing them to churn over ministers every 2 minutes, and allow the civil service to do its job and respond properly. And then the other one is making it illegal to run prisons at capacity all over. Because these prisons, they're 150, 200 years old, some of them, and those cells were made for one person, and that was in Victorian days. And now you've got upwards of 2 and 3 people in the cell that stand up for, over 22 hours a day. It's just not serving society in any way, shape or form. And then the other one is prevention, invest into drug rehabilitation centres. We know that the 60% of people in there are mental health or drug-related self-offending. When you've got a disinvestment in the community, guess where they end up? And that's what's driving the numbers up. And then policing as well. You've got a force that play cops and robbers. There's no, long-term view on prevention anymore, none.
Mark Johnson, former prisoner, who is the founder of the charity Use a Voice, which aims to help reduce reoffending rates. They're his solutions. My question to you this hour, as prison chiefs warn that prisons will be full by July, what's the solution? Build more prisons, put fewer people in jail, or release people early? 0345 6060 973.
This is LBC.
Got an untaxed car? You could hide it in a hedge or sneak it in a skip. Maybe cloak it with some cones or outfox us with a fence. You might try to cover it, smother it, bury it in sticks, park it down the lane, tuck it down the drain, stash it in a bus stop, paint it like a mountaintop. But whatever you try, you will always find cars are hard to hide but easy to tax. So don't risk it. Tax it with DVLA at gov.uk/DVLA/taxit.
The Ford Ranger, a vehicle for all terrains and every passion. It's a workmate, a playmate, and to its drivers, a soulmate. So how do you improve the Ford Ranger? You go all in. The all-new Ford Ranger, the UK's best-selling pickup. Now available with rear bumper steps, tailgate workbench, and enlarged load box that can fit a Euro pallet. Go break it in. Search all-new Ford Ranger. Ford Pro, driving productivity. According to SMMT data, features may be optional extras with additional cost.
At Barnes Rofe Chartered Accountants, we really want to get to know your business and understand what makes it tick. And that's why you'll speak to your contact partner regularly. What's more, we'll keep an eye on how much tax you pay, capitalise on your tax reliefs, and ensure you only pay the tax you need to, not more. Now that's got to be a conversation worth having. Visit barnesrofe.com. Barnes Rofe. Clever accountants for business.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
I'm Julius Caesar, an emperor, not a tradesperson. But if I was, I'd be on Checkatrade. 8 out of 10 homeowners surveyed would choose a tradesperson from Checkatrade over one that isn't. And they guarantee jobs for a year. Book your job today at up to £1,000, T's T's apply.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
It's the last few days of the Furniture Village sale. Your last chance for final reductions on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining. So is style and quality this good? There's only one place to go this bank holiday. Don't miss the last few days of the Furniture Village sale.
This summer, why not try juicy New York-style beef burgers, fiery harissa halloumi kebabs, tender chimichurri bavette steaks, or succulent chicken tikka breast kebabs. Delicious. They're all part of the mouth-watering Waitrose barbecue range, and you can enjoy 2 for £8 on selected barbecue products in-store and online. Make it a sizzling summer with Waitrose's barbecue offer. Waitrose, food to feel good about.
Selected stores and lines, subject to availability.
Sangeeta Maiska on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maiska here with you on LBC until 4 o'clock. Fascinating story. Today's Sunday Mirror. Apparently, all of our prisons are going to be full by July. What is the solution? Jason in Lambeth, hello. I understand you're an ex-funder.
Yes, I am. Not proud of that, but I am. And I think that one of the things that people like myself should be doing is trying to help government and help the prison system to try and work out a way forward. But they don't use us, by the way. They don't talk to us once we've been released, but they should do. I feel that over 50% of the prison population is filled with re-offenders. And I believe there's a huge percentage of prisoners that get released and they're back in prison within days, weeks and months, but they re-offend very, very quickly. So if they started to look at that issue of why people are re-offending to prevent them from going back to prison, that would obviously massively reduce the problem that we're currently talking about. But they don't. And why don't they? I don't know. And let me give you an example. If I came out of prison today, I thought, okay, I need to get a job, I need to earn money, I need to support myself and my family, I'll go and work for Amazon as a delivery driver. You can't. Why can't you? Because you can't get car insurance. They ask you if you have a criminal record. What that has to do with car insurance is beyond me. So do the government then help ex-offenders get car insurance so they can get a very basic job? No, they don't. What do they want these ex-offenders to do once they come out? Because they haven't been trained on anything whilst in prison. They haven't been taught any new skills. They expect them to go out and get a job when they can't get a job because nobody wants to employ them. So they end up going back to crime. But, and that, yeah.
I've got something with you. Oddly enough, I've been learning a bit more about the lives of prisoners once they're released, really purely by coincidence, and you'll probably relate to some of this. So I was asked to be a judge, and we've just finished judging the finalists, in fact, for it's a very prestigious writing prize, actually, called the Orwell Prize for homelessness. And it's and we were working in association with Prison Radio, which you may or may not have listened to.
I did when it was on.
Yeah, incredible charity. Anyway, we were asking people, and not just prisoners, anyone, to send in submissions for this prize, and we wanted to understand the problems around homelessness and to try and get inside what it's like to be homeless from a range of perspectives. And the thing that really struck me was the writing from former offenders, or people who are already currently in prison. We had actually a really interesting number of submissions of people who are writing to us from jail, from prison. And what I hadn't realised is that when you are released from prison, and if you were to pitch up, if you're not in a halfway house and pitch up to a local authority, the local authority in many cases is not obliged to house you, which is why so many homeless people, there's a big crossover between people who are ex-offenders and the homeless. And of course the problem, and this goes to the heart of what you're saying, if you're wondering why I'm taking so long to get there, is that if you don't have an address, it's very difficult to get a job. Because if you apply for a job and there's nowhere for an employer to write back to you or to email you, right? Because you don't have access to email. That is enormously problematic if you're trying to start your life again. And what you're describing here, which is lack of help when it comes to just being able to get a driving license, because I agree with you. If you're an ex-offender and your offence was not a driving offence, why can't you get a driving license? It seems unfairly prohibitive on your freedoms, I would suggest.
Well, yeah, you're right. And the reality of it is that, unfortunately, people want to judge people that have been to prison. And I've been exactly the same. I've been brought up by great parents. I had a very, very privileged upbringing, and I made a mistake and I went to prison. But whether I like it or not, I am now judged by anybody that knows I've been to prison. Now, I can live with that. I can deal with that. What I can't deal with is that I see, and I became a listener in prison, which for the people that are listening now is a Samaritan. So I'm 53 years old. I spent so much time talking to young offenders and trying to actually get into the psyche of what is their actual problem. Most of them suffer from ADHD. That's not addressed whilst they're in prison. Most of them come from broken homes and they don't really have a support line. That's not addressed whilst they're in prison. And most of them actually don't want to actually keep offending and going back to prison, but they don't know what else to do. Now,
how did you stop yourself going back to... I'm assuming that you didn't go back to prison because you're ringing me.
Because I've been to prison once and once only in my life. And as I say, it was my crime was a crime, and I'm not going to try and poo-poo that. But what I am going to try and say is that the reason I didn't go back to prison, and I learned from my mistakes, because I chose to do that. The mirror became my enemy. So whilst I was in prison for a long period of time, I served 2 years, 8 months in that prison, I couldn't, for the vast majority of that, I couldn't look at the mirror. But by the time I got to an open prison, and I got myself a very respectable job, and I started to understand that I can be me again, all of a sudden the mirror became my friend. And I realised I have to treat what's happened to me as a life experience, rather than it's a massive negative. Because in truth, it probably wasn't that negative, because it grounded me and it made me realise and be able to have conversations like I'm having now and be able to understand the challenge that people go through on a daily basis once they come out of prison.
Jason, I'm only going to move on because we've got so many calls coming in on this. And Jason, but thank you. A really, really valuable contribution, and I appreciate it. Gavin in Carlisle and Cumbria, hello.
Yeah, thing with this your callers have been brilliant, by the way. I'm really pleased. Normally, when I listen later in the night, everybody just wants to stick the knife in. The society was just so venomous and vindictive and revenge-driven. It usually upsets me that you've had some great callers.
I've got to say, I think my listeners are generally very intelligent and well-balanced.
I've said the time of day. I don't normally listen at this time of day on a Sunday.
Well, I hope you listen to I hope you carry on listening, Gavin.
So I'm an expert and come along to the scholar and engineer. This is the obstacle with it. You don't know. I think there's 30% open prison now on recall. I think one of your callers just said that he thinks it's all about like time.
Well, depending on age group. Yeah, depending on age group, it can be anywhere between.
Well, I was about to stop sending them back to jail for stupid things like missing appointments. I've been to jail for missing appointments.
Kind of appointments?
Probation appointments, any appointments. And just ordinary people, if they miss an appointment that they need to make with the doctor, whatever it may be, whatever, with anything, and they call in, oh, sorry, I missed that appointment. The consequences are very negligible.
But missing a probation appointment, with all due respect, is not saying missing a dental appointment. I mean, that's part and parcel, essentially, of the sentence for,
it's hopeless, isn't it? If you ring them back and say, oh, sorry, I just missed the bus. But that's not how it works. They're just not reasonable. There's no, if you give reasonable excuses, they don't accept them. And it's 70 or 80% of dyslexic. Of dyslexia. Now, dyslexic people, it's not that
prison chiefs are warning that prisons will be full by July. What is the solution? Is it that we build more prisons? Is it that we have shorter sentences? Is it, as my last caller has just said, stop sending people back to prison for what he describes as silly reasons? 0345 6060 973. I'm Sangeeta Maiska. This is LBC. Let's catch up with the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
Downing Street's working on plans that could see supermarkets sign up to voluntary price caps for some essential goods. The cost of products like bread and milk would be fixed under the proposals. 2 men in their 20s have died after being pulled from the sea off the Devon coast. Police and Coast Guard teams pulled reports of 2 people in trouble near Oddicombe yesterday morning. Workers at the DVLA in Swansea have announced 15 days of strike action next month in a dispute over pay. The PCS union says it will mean vehicle tax reminders won't be printed and there'll be a backlog for driving licences. LBC weather, plenty of warm, hazy sunshine across the UK, but some eastern and central parts may see cloud, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
In a crisis, service matters. You need an energy supplier you can trust. Which surveyed more than 10,000 energy customers. They independently reviewed the performance of every major supplier. Their in-depth assessment covered customer service, support for those in need, and how well companies dealt with complaints. Only one measured up. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
There it is, sat round doing nothing. That old lump sum. But what if you could get it moving with a Shawbrook savings account? Suddenly, it's looking healthier. It finally got off its AER. So stand up and take notice of our notice accounts. Bond with our fixed-rate bonds, or take it easy with easy access. Save smarter, not harder with Shawbrook. Spark your interest today at shawbrook.co.uk. Shawbrook Bank is authorised by the Prudential Regulation Authority and regulated by the FCA and PRA.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Got an untaxed car? You could hide it in a hedge or sneak it in a skip. Maybe cloak it with some cones or outfox us with a fence. You might try to cover it, smother it, bury it in sticks, park it down the lane, tuck it down the drain, stash it in a bus stop, paint it like a mountaintop. But whatever you try, you will always find that cars are hard to hide, but easy to tax. So don't risk it. Tax it with DVLA at gov.uk/DVLA/taxit.
When only a grand lunch will do. When India's Cholan dynasty fuses with our authentic North and South Indian menu, it becomes more than just lunch. For grand catch-ups, or to talk over grand ideas. Experience grand flavours in a grand atmosphere overlooking London's Grand River. The Grand Cholan Restaurant, Docklands. Book your lunch timetable at grandcholan.com.
In a crisis, service matters. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
This is LBC with Sangeeta Maiska. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maiska here with you on LBC until 4. Prison chiefs are saying prisons will be full in England and Wales by July. What are we going to do about it? 0345 6060 973. Abigail in Dewsbury, I can see your call. I'm going to be back with you very soon. But first, I want to take you over to what is a really important news story, more developments in Ukraine. Russia unleashed the biggest drone attack against Kyiv of the war so far overnight as the city prepared to mark the annual celebration of its founding. As of the copy that I was reading, anyway, just before I came on air, sadly, one person was killed, two were injured, and the shopping centre was set ablaze. I'm pleased to say that Denis Ganza, who is Ukrainian youth delegate to the UN, who serves on President Zelensky's Youth Affairs Council, can join us from Kyiv. Denis, what did you hear and see last night?
Oh, that's a hell of a night. First of all, of course, hello to you and hello to all the people. That you're having a peaceful Sunday this day. But the night for all the Kyiv citizens was really harsh. 52 drones, explosions for the whole night, and the air alarm, which started at 2 a.m. and was lasting till nearly the 7 a.m., I think. It was 5 hours alarm, which was, of course, a hard night. But despite all, Kyiv celebrates his birthday. Today, Kyiv turns more than 100,500 years old. And I see a lot of smiling faces. People are still celebrating, and people are trying to continue their life.
We saw this long drawn-out battle for Bakhmut, Denis, and that has obviously been a huge focus for international media. It was certainly a shock, I think, here in terms of reporting to see the Russians launch this drone attack against Kyiv. Where do you think this places us in terms of Ukraine's progress against the Russians in the war?
The most important thing about Bakhmut is that just on one city, the losses of Russians has overcome the Ukrainian losses in many, many times. And that's why this played a very strategic role in the future of what is going to happen in the coming months and weeks. Because Russians losing, and according to President Biden, more than 100,000 soldiers can change a lot. This is a game changer. And believe me, from what we are hearing from our warriors, the battle is not over. Some warriors are still in the city, and right now we are fighting for the flank. And of course, more news to come in the coming weeks.
Do you see an end to the war? And how do you envisage that end?
It depends on what you see as the end of the war. Because for many Ukrainians, the war will not end in the battlefield. The war will only end when we bring all these people accountable who made all those war plans to destroy and ruin our cities, and of course bring Putin to justice. But if we are speaking about the combat, the real fight which is happening in the battlefield, of course it's hard because we all follow the news and we hope that this may end this year. But we can't tell for sure because, believe me, every operation of the city of a small village will cost us lots of lives of our defenders. And these are the facts.
Do you imagine a negotiated settlement?
I think President Zelensky is very right. We will only start some negotiations with Russia when we take back all our countries, or at least when they withdrew their troops from Ukrainian territory. And he also stated a general plan that he will not talk to the president, but he will talk to the next leadership. So it's really hard to tell you what they're expecting.
Denis Ganza, thank you very much indeed for speaking to me after what must have been an absolutely terrifying night in Kyiv, in Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed, and please do stay safe. My question to you this hour, in terms of the prisons will be full by July. This isn't me saying this is an exclusive in the Sunday Mirror, and it is quoting prison chiefs. So what are we going to do about it? Abigail in Dewsbury.
Hiya again.
Hello again.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to say, aren't we lucky to live in the UK listening to that? It's diabolical, isn't it?
We are so
yeah. I just want to say, in its 13 years of conservative rule, and look where we're at, we've got prisons that are full. It's like people should stop voting for people that actually smash and grab and don't put money back into society. But anyway, one of the solutions is that when they do community service, have you noticed they don't do it anymore? You used to see them out, didn't you, with the high vis jacks on. But what happened was they used to not do it properly. the councils are not cutting the grass. The grass is like the Serengeti. You can't see your dogs, it's jungles. So what I say is that...
You know the Serengeti is just plains, don't you? It's not jungles there, Abigail. But anyway, carry on.
It's savannah. I mean, it's savannah. It's savannah. But what I think is, if we can train these lads with proper probation, they have to do proper, like 9 to whatever. They're not allowed to sleep.
Are you talking about restorative justice, really, aren't you?
Well, in a way, but also get them working. Get them working for free with this probation. All these grasses that need cutting, all the litter that needs bloody picking up. I don't mean murderers and rapists. I mean, like, you're lower down, maybe burglars. You know, the ones that go to crime for nasty, violent crimes that are in prison. Do you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Get them doing more. If we didn't cut the probation service, we would have had that, and they could have less gone into prison, and they also would come out maybe being taught that actually you get up in the morning, rather because, banged up 22 hours. They're not doing anything. These young lads could be made to be putting back into this society that, look at it, we could get all litter picked up, they could get all the grasses picked up. Also, I also thought about another thing, and I've been thinking about this, yeah? You know that people say they haven't got any pickers to pick the fruits in the fields and stuff, yeah? Well, in prison, couldn't we have all them lads being like, not chain ganged kind of, but kind of like, sort of like, so that they're doing all the picking, and the money that the farmers could give them some money, so when they leave prison, so much of the money could be saved in a savings account for them, so they've got money to rent a place when they leave prison, but also, so much would go back into the prisons to help build more prisons. Why wouldn't they be able to do that?
Well, Abigail, I mean, I think my concern about this idea of sort of sending people off to become fruit pickers is I understand what you're saying, which is it's work and it's organised and it's routine and all of that stuff. But my concern here is that it does unfortunately sound a bit like press ganging people into chain ganging people into work. And actually, I think the problems are much, much more deep rooted than that. I think you're right about the cuts to the probation service. I think actually cuts to our prison officers in terms of numbers is massively, massively problematic. We need to also be properly funding prison libraries and stopping the problem that we have now, which is prisoners going in with very high illiteracy rates or very low literacy rates, therefore, illiterate and innumerate, and coming out illiterate and innumerate. What we need to be doing is properly educating them and then ensuring that there is a way that they can get work where they aren't necessarily judged. And I agree with you. We're not talking about the kind of the murderers and the rapists. We're talking about people who are sort of, I suppose, middle table leagues of offending, because I actually have a lot of sympathy with callers that are calling up saying recidivism is a problem. I agree. When I looked at the rates last time, they are going down. So the number of people offending and then going back through a revolving door into prisons is reducing, but not fast enough. And that, in my view, is a problem. Loads of your calls coming in on this. Let me read a text to you. Hi, Sangeeta. Once someone has a criminal record, their life is over. They can't get a job and therefore can't get anywhere to live. If we want ex-prisoners off benefits, we need to do away with most of their criminal records. Just a thought, Kirsty. Do we? I think it depends on what the crime was. Anyway, the question this hour is, what are we going to do? Looks like prisons are going to be full by July, according to prison chiefs. What is the solution? Building more prisons, which may be an idea, but we're not going to do that overnight. Shortening sentences, or perhaps letting people out early. 0345 6060 973. I'm Sangeeta Maiska. This is LBC.
LBC.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
Like amazing Aldi value for the bank holiday. 4 British chicken koftas and 6 British smoky pork hot dogs from only $2.99. Branded big pack beers from just $10.99. And rum and lager just $1.59. Bank holiday. Bank account holiday, more like. Aldi, officially which cheapest supermarket of the year?
Got an untaxed car? You could hide it in a hedge or sneak it in a skip. Maybe cloak it with some cones or outfox us with a fence. You might try to cover it, smother it, bury it in sticks, park it down the lane, tuck it down the drain, stash it in a bus stop, paint it like a mountaintop. But whatever you try, you will always find that cars are hard to hide, but easy to tax. So don't risk it. Tax it with DVLA at gov.uk/DVLA/taxit.
Experience knows there's nothing quite like that new feeling. The smell of a new book as you turn a page. Or the thrill of slipping into the leather seats of a new car. Lovely. Now imagine how 2 newly designed river cruise ships would feel. Cabins with French balconies where you can literally touch the view. Speciality dining included in the price. And small and intimate, so you're never just a number. Well, it's a new feeling you just have to feel yourself.
2024 season now on sale. Search Saga Spirit River Cruises. Saga. Experiences everything. Over 50s only.
Ever dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you start with a proven business model and the support of an established brand. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 9th and 10th of June at Olympia, London. Meet a wide range of franchise brands, benefit from expert advice, and take the next step towards being your own boss. Get your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
If you've lost £3,000 or more in a scam or fraud, then tell CEL. CELsolicitors.co.uk specialise in confidential, no-win, no-fee fraud and scam recovery. Whether you were pressured by someone posing as a bank, HMRC or even the police, if you have been scammed, don't let them get away with it. Let us help you try to get your money back. We listen, we care, we win.
Paint your walls to say that'll get your neighbours staring. At Wickes, get Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion. Was £21, now 16. Be house proud with Wickes. Terms apply.
In the California Road Trip Republic, we believe you take adventure for a ride. Whether coastal cruising, mountain motoring, or redwood roaming. Discover beauty around every turn. Your California road trip can kick off from anywhere. Starting route. But it should always start at visitcalifornia.com. Then buckle up, crank those tunes, and ride with us in the California Road Trip Republic.
Sangeeta Meister on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Meister here on LBC with you until 4 o'clock. This text from Alan. The question of the hour, of course, is what are we going to do given President Chiefs is saying that prisons will be full by July? It will be full
sending a rude email, okay? Most people that I met in there shouldn't be in there. It's that simple.
What do you mean by that?
The crimes that they commit do not deserve a prison sentence. That simple. You've got people in Category B prisons that are in there for the most ridiculous of things. They shouldn't be in there. We've got a judicial system mostly run by men, and I'm not going to go into that any further, but that is very wrong. The kind of, I don't know, they're still living in the 50s and 60s. Their mentality is bang 'em up, bang 'em up, bang 'em up. But that isn't all right. I met a lot of young, I'm no youngster, I met a lot of good young men in that prison. And when you sit down and talk to them, they're not stupid, they just need to be given the chance. But there isn't any chances. There's nothing out there for them. There's no work, no factories, there's nowhere for them to go. So they get into trouble, and then that spirals into a downward event, and they end up in prison.
You see, it's interesting you say this. I think that part of the problem is that politicians think it plays well with electorates, and I think it does when they come out and they say they're going to be tough on crime, tough on offenders. And I would suggest that has been a relatively modern kind of thing in our politics. I don't know if you remember this I don't know if you remember when David Cameron was teased relentlessly for wanting to hug hoodies. Do you remember all those headlines back in the 2010s? I don't think that's actually what he was trying to do. I'm not the biggest fan of David Cameron, but actually I think what he was trying to say was there are deeper issues around reoffending, and what we need to do is figure out ways to deal with young offenders so that they don't end up becoming recidivists as adults. And that was portrayed by the national newspapers, mostly tabloids, mostly the right-wing press, as look at David Cameron wanting to hug hoodies, and that was just such a destructive narrative, actually.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't really listen, but having been in prison, it gives you a very, very, very good insight as to how it all works, okay? So when I hear politicians listen to that, I don't care from the red on the left or from the blue on the right, none of them have got a clue. It's all sound bites, okay? Unless they've spent a little bit of time in there themselves and mixed with the people that are in there, all they're doing is, pandering to the media and the public. They haven't got a clue. None of them have got a clue. The fact of the matter is that these youngsters shouldn't be in prison. They should come out of school, they should have opportunities. Like I think growing up in the 60s and 70s, there were jobs everywhere. You could walk out of school, get a job, where I grew up. There's all factories everywhere. There is nothing there. There is nothing there for these kids, especially in what do they do when they leave school? Give them a chance, but there is no chances.
Can I ask you something? So the question of the hour is, look, prison chiefs, and this is somebody who really knows what she is talking about, Andrea Albert, president of the Prison Governors Association, saying, listen, we are basically in crisis. And I was talking about it being a political football, and we certainly know what Suella Braverman and Priti Patel and all of their kind of club thumping about locking people up and longer sentences, and that was Dominic Raab's thing. I think I was going to get onto this, and I think actually I've been very critical of that rhetoric, and this is absolutely, don't get me wrong, if you're a hardline offender, I want you banned. I'm looking for public protection. But this is very interesting. So we've gone to the Labour Party website, and talking about David Plunkett, he of course was the person who introduced indeterminate sentences, and we dealt with that earlier. But the Labour Party website currently says, if I've got this right, is this right, Minty? First-timers, as in first-time offenders, should be in open prisons where they will have to work instead of sharing a cell with re-offenders and watching TV or playing video games to beat boredom.
Right, let me pick that up. I don't know any prisoner apart from lifers, okay, that go into prison and get an Xbox or a PS. Again, they haven't got a clue. No. You can watch TV, but you get 3 or 4 basic channels, and you're lucky if they work, okay? As for a telephone in there, you have to give the prison all your phone numbers you want to ring. They'll only let you ring like your parents or whoever is deemed safe. You haven't got a phone there, you can sit there ringing the world up. It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
You don't get an Xbox when you go in there. Unless you're a lifer, you go in there with nothing. And if you start messing about in prison, you lose all those privileges. So you sit in a bed cell without anything. This is what I mean. Unless people have been in, all you're going to hear are it's an holiday camp, it's an holiday camp. But those people stay at an holiday camp, book yourself in for 2 weeks and see how you enjoy it.
I was going to say, Paul, I very much hope I never have to have first-hand experience to do my research. Listen, Paul, quick question. What is the solution? What are we going to do if prisons are full? Is it going to be things like building these... I never even heard of these kind of temporary emergency cells. Is it kind of building temporary prisons very fast? Is it going to be, I don't know, shortening, letting people out faster?
Nothing's going to change, Sangeet, unless the judicial system is completely changed to reflect the fact that, do you really want to send people to prison that have put tax, VAT and stuff like that? Do you really want to put them in prison? Because there are prisoners in there that haven't paid VAT or they've done financial crime. Is that really the place for them?
I'm going to throw that out to I'm going to throw that out to the listeners, Paul, because we've got loads of calls still to get through. But Paul and Malden, thank you very much for ringing up and sharing your experience. Mordecai in Cardiff, I understand that you too have been in jail, in prison. Is that right?
Yes, I have been. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What is the solution? We're about to head into a crisis this summer.
I've actually had, I don't know, about maybe 2 or 3 people now already before me that actually have, in the same place with me, was the set time in prison. And pretty much what they've been saying is exactly what I have to sort of add on maybe embellish to the experience. But if I can even take off 1 or 2 people that this gentleman will just get off now, let's just have an experience of people that have been inside and now they're out, rather than sort of trying to deal with the situation from, outside. I think it will make sense really if the government started listening to people like the 2 gentlemen before me. Well, I don't know if I would make any contribution myself to this conversation, but it's really one of the same things they've been talking about that I wish to contribute as well. That I was in there myself for an incident that happened at work. An accident at work anyway. I was at work, had an accident at work, and obviously 3 people, got injured. No one died. I wasn't under the influence or any drugs involved or mobile phone, whatever, that's what we'll come up with. So eventually it was deemed to driver error. That's what my company I worked for said. So then I was put away for 3 years, obviously to do half the time. But just a quick background to that as well, which obviously I've realized over the years up until now.
It's going to have to be quite quick. I've only got about 30 seconds with you.
Okay, all right, sure. Okay, let me run it through. So yeah, I was actually put in there. I was actually put into a foreign national prison, deemed for deportation and stuff like that. I have been out since 2017. Not allowed to work. Not allowed to have recourse to public funds. I can't even. I'm not even allowed to do unpaid work, as it says to my paperwork, up until today. I've got a wife, a partner who's actually earning quite well and everything else. But even so, because of the fact that I cannot work, I don't have a bank account, I don't have anything, we would even struggle to find a place to live just because your partner has got no history.
Do you think, I've got to ask you quickly, are you working up to what you say that you're going to say that you fear that you would have to offend in order to keep a roof over your head? I mean, how does this relate to prisons?
You can imagine, since 2017 I've been out. And I've got 4 kids, 3 and 1 on the way, coming in October.
I don't know what to say, but I wish you the very best of luck. Please don't feel that you have to do anything that will break the will to keep a roof over your head and feed your children. I do wish you the very best of luck. I think the big message from all this, isn't it, is that we need to figure out a way to ensure that people don't end up back in prison. And there appear to be myriad ways of doing that. And also, I might add, I've been really impressed by the number of ex-offenders who've picked up the phone to share their experiences. I've got to say the majority of callers have been ex-offenders. And that's why we've had so many more, so thank you very much indeed. I do want to end very quickly with this text. I'm a trainee counsellor at my local prison, and I can confirm that on some wings the prisoners have been in their cells 22 hours a day. This is due to staffing difficulties. More often than not, there's almost always some kind of mental health factors that lead people to repeat offending, and there is little or no help with getting to the root cause. Great show. Thank you very much indeed for that text. We are going to change subject into the final hour. Do you know, it's the 3rd anniversary of the worldwide Black Lives Matter protests. That happened just last week. My question to you, did BLM change Britain?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, adverts warning people they face being detained and removed if they cross the English Channel in small boats are being published. The campaign is being introduced in Albania to try to deter migrants from making the journey. The government's pledged to bring the number of asylum seekers down, but official figures show crossings are still reaching record levels. Labour's Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper says it's an example of poor leadership.
I would expect net migration figures to come down for these really unusually high levels. They are, of course, I think, twice the level that ministers were aiming for, so that is part of the chaos, really, that we've got in the Home Office.
Supermarkets could sign up to voluntary price caps for some essential goods under plans being worked on by the government. The cost of products like bread and milk would be fixed under the proposals, which are modelled on a similar French agreement. A 5-year-old girl has died in a house fire in Pembrokeshire. Emergency services were called to a property in the Ponta Glacier area shortly before 10 o'clock last night. Despite their efforts, Alicia Salisbury died at the scene. She's been described by her family as a beautiful daughter and sister. The cause of the fire is not yet known. It's been suggested new North Sea oil and gas developments will be blocked under a Labour government. Sir Keir Starmer will set out his net zero energy policy in Scotland next month. Juliet Davenport is founder of the UK's first renewable energy company, Good Energy, and is also president of the Energy Institute. She told LBC the UK needs to concentrate on its abundant levels of alternative energy.
We have 40% of Europe's wind power. I think we must have the majority of Europe's tidal power. So on that basis, isn't it a missed opportunity if we don't start to actually develop these and get on the front foot, because that could make us more competitive?
Police have charged 2 men in connection with the protest which interrupted the Rugby Union Premiership final at Twickenham yesterday. Orange powder was thrown on the pitch, with Just Stop Oil claiming it was behind the demonstration. 37-year-old Patrick Hart from Bristol and 40-year-old Samuel Johnson of Reydon in Suffolk have been charged with aggravated trespass. LBC weather, plenty of warm, hazy sunshine across the UK, but some eastern and central parts may see cloud, a high of 21 degrees. Dry overnight with clear spells, a chance of grass frost in Scotland, a low of 4 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sangeeta Maiska.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maiska here with you until 4 o'clock. I hope you're having a lovely afternoon. I understand it's very, very sunny. I wouldn't know. I'm in a windowless studio. But I hope wherever you are having a lovely afternoon whilst listening to us here at LBC. Do you know, something happened last week, and I was surprised that it had gone without much remark. And the only reason I noticed it is because I have one of these calendars at home where you open the calendar and it will tell you what happened on a particular day in history. And last week, as I was sort of turning the page of the calendar, I realised that it had been 3 years since George Floyd was murdered. You will remember he was a black man in America. He was murdered by a police officer. That set off huge protests in the United States. And the Black Lives Matter movement, which of course preceded the murder of George Floyd. At some time, we saw these protests all over the world. They just spread like wildfire. And it made me think, 3 years on, how much has the Black Lives Matter movement changed Britain? How much has it changed Britain? And when I say that, I mean, if you have witnessed changes, what have those changes been? And how have you assessed them? Have they been deep-rooted? Have they been shallow? Do you think it's gone too far? I know some people do say that. And if you feel that, what do you mean by it? How much has the Black Lives Matter movement changed Britain 3 years on? Now, for those of you who can't remember the details, I'm going to go through them. Got little kids. was the murder of George Floyd at the hands of a policeman in Minneapolis in the United States that was the spur for the movement. The killing was caught on camera, you'll remember that. It was a 9-minute video and it went viral. And it went viral as George Floyd, because we saw George Floyd being choked to death. And what we heard him say was, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." And you'll remember it was such a difficult thing to watch if you had to, and I imagine many of you would have avoided doing it. In truth, I only watched parts of it. I couldn't watch the whole thing through. I watched it because, of course, I'm a journalist and I knew I was going to be talking about it. But it was such a shocking, visceral experience watching it. If you ask me, the protests and marches that followed, particularly in the West, where the black community is a minority, was tapping into a really deep-rooted sense that black communities needed to experience justice and a kind of social justice, that there had to be a kind of reckoning. And that reckoning was Western societies really understanding and coming to terms with the historical wrongs that had been done to black people. And I mean everything from back in the 18th century, slavery, all the way through to now. And sometimes the relatively poor social and economic outcomes experienced by the black community. The thing I remember most really is seeing particularly young people of every ethnic minority, right, every shade, every skin colour, coming out together. And for me, that's what felt like the turning point, that this conversation about race wasn't just happening from the perspective of the ethnic minorities who felt discriminated against, but actually those people who might have, or those communities that might have the levers of power in any given society, saying actually we recognise that historical wrongs have been done, and that has led to structural injustices, and something needs to be done about it. But the question I have for you, and this is tricky, I know it's tricky, but you're well up to it. What impact do you think Black Lives Matter and that movement has had on British society over the last 3 years? Can you measure any change? And the change that you can see, or you experience, or you can measure, is it meaningful? Is it deep-rooted? Or is it a bunch of gesture politics? 0345 6060 973, or you can text 848. See, there are no let's try and get your impressions and your experiences. You might just pick up the phone and say, you know what, Snoopy, it's just too soon to judge. You're only 3 years old. 0345 6060 973. To start the conversation with me is Patrick Vernon, OBE, social historian and author of 100 Great Black Britons. Hello, Patrick. Thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon to you.
What did you probably just heard that introduction?
Yeah, I did. It's good introduction. I think it was a bountiful.
Thank you. This sense that I had, that it was the first time that we saw people from across the kind of racial spectrum coming together, particularly Western societies, saying, hang on a minute, we recognise something's not right. We recognise social and economic and political injustice perpetrated against black minority communities. Do you think that was that first of all, was that your impression? Is that the thing that hit you?
It's not the first time to be part of this, because even in American history, if you look at the civil rights movement in America, you had lots of white people who were allies that supported the whole campaign around civil rights in America. And even if you look at the history of Britain, around the history of enslavement, there were white people who objected to slavery.
William Wilberforce.
Well, sort of. He wanted to end the slave trade, but not slavery, which is a big difference. So it's slightly muted with his history.
Understood.
But I think but there were lots of people who campaigned up and down the country against this. But I think the difference between what happened 3 years ago, and this was a world phenomenon. Even in the Far East, there were demonstrations supporting Black Lives Matter. But I think
they happened in India. I mean, there is a black community in India,
it was
but it's
everywhere,
tiny.
all over the world.
Yeah.
It was an international phenomenon. And the reason why it was an international phenomenon was because we were under lockdown. We couldn't go anywhere, if you remember. But despite that, millions of people around the world defied their local restrictions of lockdown, going to vigils, march, demonstrations, walks, holding hands to show that solidarity. And in the UK, I think it was estimated about 2 million people in the UK throughout that period in big cities and even hamlets and villages did the same thing, despite we had lockdown restrictions. And what I think the key point is about this allyship. I mean, when I always say, and I've been at LBC and other TV radio programs, I talk about the black experience around racism, whether it's in the police or mental health or what's in the curriculum or and the other issues of injustice. Often, some people might say, yes, Patrick, we agree with you or we disagree with you. But everyone was forced to watch the murder of George Floyd. And it was almost like you needed that murder in real time for everyone to watch, to actually believe that what black people were talking about was actually true. It wasn't a figment of my imagination. So I think the difference was that allyship, not just white people, but a whole range of people who also identified, there were lots of Asian people that came out because they recognised those experiences of injustice too. And the question is has that energy, that allyship, has that been converted into real change? The answer, well, there's been lots of examples where organisations, all the major media outlets have issued their statements. Lots of NHS organisations, local authorities, a lot of corporate organisations made pledges of allegiance, support, etc. Some actually have continued that. Some have put money on the table and funded a whole range of initiatives. But to be quite honest, there was lots of platitude. And the other side of that conversation, if you remember, was that the removal of the Colson statue in Bristol, which led to a different type of conversation. It wasn't simply about deaths in custody. It was about the history of Britain, the narrative of Britain, and someone like Colston, who was seen as a philanthropist. Well, let's talk about where he made his money from as well. So I think there were lots of things. I mean, the interesting thing was the government response. If you remember, Boris Johnson was then Prime Minister, if you can remember that, was challenged about his response to Black Lives Matter. And as you remember, he was more concerned about Winston Churchill's statue not being kind of destroyed than anything else, basically. And if you remember, the statue of Winston Churchill was actually covered in a box for a little while.
Yes,
basically.
I've forgotten about that. My gosh, yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
But the other thing that happened was because he was challenged about the state of race related to discrimination in Britain, which was further reinforced by what's happened around the pandemic. He commissioned Tony Sewell to do a report on racial disparities as a response to what was happening around the black experience in Britain around discrimination. And the report came out about 18 months later, which was then, we can have a whole debate on the conversation about the report, but the report was actually discredited across a whole range of questions. And very controversial as well. And a lot of people felt that the government didn't want to take seriously the concerns on Black Lives Matter. They wanted to almost say that, which the report said that there's no racism in Britain. Britain's
well, it didn't quite say that. Didn't it say that concerns about institutional racism in Britain were overplayed? And then actually...
They couldn't find evidence of structural racism in Britain. That's what the report said. They couldn't find evidence, despite the fact we've got 30, 40 years of evidence across a whole range of social policy areas.
And the Macpherson inquiry and the Dame Eve Casey report and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Can I ask you, in a meaningful sense, where has there been positive change? Or is it too early to say?
I've had lots of conversations in different spaces. I've had lots of conversations with lots of corporate organisations, within public sector organisations. A number of organisations have undertaken deep dives to look at issues of, does racism exist in our organisation? And it's also influenced the wider equality, diversity agenda, not just around race, but other protected characteristics as well. So we've had lots of conversations. Some organisations have taken stuff forward, but I think a lot of organisations are still kind of going through this journey, and people want to know when the journey's going to end, and when we're going to have some real action.
I've got to say, Patrick, that doesn't sound particularly concrete. I'm a bit concerned that what you're saying, because you've worked in this space for years, right? And you're saying that actually the result of Black Lives Matter in Britain were conversations, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, there have been conversations and some action has been taken, but you have to kind of look at historical context. I look at it from a historical context. The last time I had this big conversation around race, I remember, was the murder of Stephen Lawrence. I attended the church service at St. Martin's in the Fields a few weeks ago on Stephen Lawrence Day, and Stuart Lawrence, the young brother, talked about, and he made a statement, powerful statement. There were about 1,000 people in this church service, and he said that people in this room can make a difference around tackling racism in Britain. Unfortunately, one person who wasn't in the room was the Prime Minister. That was in the story, but the key thing was that we're still having these conversations. I can remember when the murder of Stephen Lawrence, everyone said we need to change, and we had new laws, new legislation with the public sector equality duty, but ironically, that piece of legislation has not been fully implemented in 2023. We only use probably about 20% of that law around tackling racism in Britain today. So I think the Black Lives Matter it highlighted the importance of that, but it's converting the conversations into action. Obviously, since the murder of Stephen Lawrence, we've had child Q. We've had reports on the 5 times more that women are more likely to die in maternal. And there's evidence that some things haven't improved, but there's been lots of conversation of more reports. But I think it's converting reports from conversation into action.
Got you. Patrick Vernon, OBE, social historian, author of 100 Great Black Britons. Thank you very much for making time to speak to me this afternoon. My question to you this hour is now 3 years since the Black Lives Matter protest went global. What effect did those protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd have on Britain, on British society? What were those changes? Perhaps you think, like Patrick, there were just conversations and no actual action. 0345 6060973 or text 84850 or tweet at LBC.
This is LBC.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco-wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
If you've bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Yeah. Is that the tune of someone who's just discovered kazoo? They went online to sell their car and got a guaranteed price that won't be chipped away at. That's a nice. Now they want to buy a car. They can pick it up from Kazoo or have it delivered, and every car comes with a 7-day money-back guarantee. Money-back guarantee. Can you buy or sell a car in a better way? Kazoo, yeah you can. Kazoo, yeah you can, baby. Jesus is supply.
Like amazing Aldi value for the bank holiday? 4 British chicken cofters and 6 British smoky pork hot dogs from only $2.99. Branded big pack beers from just $10.99. And Rock Lager just $1.59. Bank holiday? Bank account holiday more like. Aldi, officially which cheapest supermarket of the year?
When it comes to helping those that really need it, action is louder than words. So here's what we've been doing at British Gas. Over the past year, we've given £50 million criteria apply.
Come and meet those dancing feet. It's a brand spanking new production of 42nd Street at Sadler's Wells from the 7th of June for 4 weeks only. Starring Ruthie Henshaw, Adam Garcia, and Les Dennis. And featuring a hit parade of toe-tapping songs, including We're in the Money, Shuffle Off to Buffalo, Lullaby of Broadway, as well as the title track, 42nd Street. It's Broadway Heaven on Tap. Book today at sadlerswells.com.
The last few days of the Furniture Village sale. Your last chance for final reductions on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining. So with style and quality this good, there's only one place to go this bank holiday. Don't miss the last few days of the Furniture Village sale.
Paramount Plus is a mountain of entertainment. Stream the original British thriller No Escape. You think we could trust them? All go wild for Yellow Jackets. I'm losing my mind. Rock and roll back into Greece. Rise of the Pink Ladies. Think pink. Or send the kids off to Camp Coral with SpongeBob. You can cancel anytime. It's ad-free and only $6.99 a month with blockbusters, originals and iconic shows who keep the whole household happy. Except the dog, he will feel ignored. Paramount Plus. Join now. T's and C's apply. Subscription required and 18 plus. Auto renews at $6.99 a month unless cancelled. Price subject to change.
Sandy to Maestro on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maska here with you until 4 o'clock. My question to you this hour. This week we've seen the 3rd anniversary of the Black Lives Matter protests going global after the murder of George Floyd. And I think it's actually quite a good moment to try and take a look back, if we aren't too close to history, to try and figure out whether or not those protests had any meaningful effect on race relations here in Britain. If you're a member of the black community, if you are not a member of the black community, I want to try and understand whether or not you think those protests were just a blip in history, or do you think it's had any kind of meaningful impact here in the UK? 0345 6060 973. Let's open now. Richard in Swansea.
Hello, Sakida. Good afternoon. We spoke about a few weeks ago regarding racism in Britain and how well it's going, and I told you that it's here for a long time. But this issue today, I don't think it's just been a hiccup, the George Floyd issue. In the big scheme of things, it's been a hiccup. We, white people, I'm all white, of course, I'm a white Welshman, we're afraid of black people. Now, that's a big...
That's a powerful statement.
That's a powerful statement, but we're afraid. And the reason we are afraid is because we have a guilt over the matter. And we're incapable of forgiving ourselves for this guilt because it was deliberate. Black people were treated like cattle in terrible days. And I think a lot of prehistoric people have to die before anything moves in the right direction. There's a whole generation and the next generation, they have to die before any movement or what happens toward that golden time when black people become part of the country. At the moment, somebody is standing on the edge, looking up to sea and holding their hand up and saying, no, knowing that it's got to change, knowing it's got to change. And I despair, Sangeeta.
It's interesting, actually. Do you mind me being so rude as to ask you roughly how old you are?
74.
Right, okay. So this is interesting because you're 74. You're saying actually it's going to take a generation. If I've understood this correctly, you're saying it's going to take a generation.
Possibly two.
Possibly two, okay, to effectively work their way out of our demography, so to pass away, before meaningful change happens. And yet here you are, 74, and I do remember your call. You're very considered, actually, I always think, and very thoughtful about what you're saying.
But I'm a grain of sand tonight.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a grain of sand in the big terrible thing to say.
What makes you say that? What is it that you're seeing in your life that makes you say that?
In my life?
And what's your perception of society?
Education, observation, nothing, the black people that I've met have been really decent, honest, good, fun people, but I haven't met many, admittedly. But what I've observed is the troubles that we all experience. It's all making. It's not that the black people are making the problems. It's the white people are making the problems by not forgiving themselves and embracing another stage in evolution.
You know what you remind me, Richard? First of all, thank you very much indeed for calling, as ever, a thoughtful voice. It reminds me of that phrase, have you heard it? That people are often more worried about being accused of being racist than dealing with the racism itself.
But that's what it is, isn't it? Yes, I quite agree with that.
Listen, Richard, thank you for calling. I'm going to let you go, Richard, and Swansea. Have a lovely afternoon. Chantal, a first-time caller in Birmingham. I love a first-time caller, Chantal. What's prompted you to call in?
To be honest, the topic, I was trying to call in before, but I've always kind of had to be rushing it, and I also never thought I'd get to be able to contribute decently to the conversation. But yeah, so I think, I know, thank God. But yeah, I do think that the Black Lives Matter hasn't really made that much of an impact in the UK nor in the US, if I'm really honest. I know.
Do you say this as a black person?
Yes, I do. I'm a black person. So the reason why I say that is because even when we look at institutionally, so if we're talking about like recently, the police in Scotland said that they believe that they were institutionally racist.
The outgoing head of Police Scotland.
Exactly.
He'd been in the job for 5 years.
Exactly. So this is something that had to be known for a minimum of 5 years, but it's something that he's actually come out and said that actually no, definitely there's institutional racism there. The Met Office has, the Met Police has also been accused of the same thing, although I don't think they're forthcoming with it. But we can see that in highlights of like the young woman, the young girl who was strip searched. If you remember that.
God, yes, Child
The
Q.
young black girl.
Child Q,
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite evident to see that from institutions to even sometimes the individual, unfortunately, you know, there's still a discrepancy in terms of how black people are treated. And it kind of even goes to as far as when Rishi Sunak, I think he recently said that there would be no reparations for black people. And I don't necessarily think that it has to go to an individual black person per se, but I think definitely trying to make up for issues that transatlantic slavery had caused needs to be looked at. How we go about it might be different. It might be that we change or help support education systems in countries that were essentially stripped of like their resources, and maybe go back in and make reparations that way, as opposed to just handing out money to people. But I think there does need to be some sort of reparations that is done. And especially considering that we know that reparations can happen. So if we look at the Jewish community, and I'm not trying to make any aspersions as to what happened to the Jewish community at all, I would never. But I think that in the fact that they were able to receive some form of reparation, I think there still needs to be that same kind of sympathy and acknowledgement of what happened.
So we've done quite a lot of reparations on this programme. I don't know if you, Chantal, ever had the chance to catch any of those programmes. John Down, who was part of the Trevelyan family, who started, the family has now paid £100,000 back to Grenada, and we did a filming with him and tried racism, and it kicked off. I have to tell you, we did 2 hours on it. On many occasions actually, because people are so passionate about this. Yeah. And he, for example, when he discovered his slave-owning past, decided to start campaigning to try and get the royal family. His goal now is to try and get the royal family to pay reparations. And I think that actually Black Lives Matter had we might be able to get him on the phone, actually. I'm going to see if we can call John Down and have a chat. I want to ask him a question.
I'm glad I've ignited that.
Well, because I have a feeling, I could be wrong here, but I have a feeling that what happens is he found out by accident when he was doing some family history, but I think that actually sprang into his consciousness in part because of Black Lives Matter. right?
Okay.
So that's almost a tangible way of measuring whether or not there has been change. And I think the way we have to look at this is there's some of that kind of conversation stuff happening, as Patrick Vernon says. There's some tangible stuff happening that we may or may not be able to directly link to Black Lives Matter, but a raising of consciousness. Yeah. And then there's the stuff there's much more to do, which is the thing that you're touching on with, like, Mark Rowley refusing to use the word institutional racism. Yeah. For example, the strict searching of children like Child Q. We know that young black men are still 4 or 5 times more likely to be stopped and searched than their white counterparts and so on. And I wonder if that's the way to look at it in a kind of holistic approach and to say, look, it might just be that what BLM did was kind of create a kind of background noise that allowed us to have conversations that then kicked off a range of stuff. Listen, Chantal, I'm going to get to the news. Do you want to stay on the phone? Just, can you wait? I'll come back to you after the news. All right, stay there, Chantal. Right, I'm Sangeeta Maska. This is RBC. We're going to catch up with the news headlines with Tim Humphrey and then come back to this conversation and Chantal.
The Home Office to run an ad campaign in Albania to try to stop people crossing the channel in small boats. Posters warn they face being detained and removed. 2 men have died after being rescued from the sea off Torbay. Coast Guards were called to Oddicombe at 9 yesterday morning after reports of concern for a pair in their 20s. The Health Secretary has stressed there will have no element of compulsion to impose price caps on some basic food items. Downing Street is understood to be drawing up proposals that will ask supermarkets to charge the lowest possible amount for some basic products like bread and milk. LBC weather, dry overnight with clear spells, a chance of grass frost in Scotland and a low of 4 degrees.
LBC. My favourite thing about London is its parks. Green spaces and fresh air are essential to all of us in this busy city. I know that the quality of the air we breathe can also have a major impact on our health, so it's so important that we clear London's air.
That's why the Mayor of London and TfL are expanding the ultra-low emission zone to help clear London's air and improve health. The ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. 9 out of 10 cars driving in outer London meet the emission standards. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
Hear that? That's the sound of BP Me Rewards members earning points when they shop at BP. Points to spend on a mouth-watering something in-store or to put towards fuel. Register with BP Me Rewards and get a welcome bonus of 1,000 points worth a tasty £5. From sweet treats and hot meals to mid-journey snacks, we've got it all. Simply download the BP Me app to get started. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Offer ends 29th of May 2023. T's and C's apply. See full conditions at bpmerewards.co.uk.
Fancy a fever tree? And vodka? Yes, vodka, not gin. Because this is Fever Tree Mexican Lime Soda. Yes, soda, not tonic. With Mexican lime and Japanese yuzu for a zesty, refreshing lime soda that's just sweet enough. Delicious with vodka or on its own. Fever Tree Mexican Lime Soda. Mixed with the best. Now that hits the spot.
Come and meet those dancing feet. It's a brand spanking new production of 42nd Street at Sadler's Wells from the 7th of June for 4 weeks only. Starring Ruthie Henshaw, Adam Garcia and Les Dennis. And featuring a hit parade of toe-tapping songs, including We're in the Money, Shuffle Off to Buffalo, Lullaby of Broadway, as well as the title track, 42nd Street. It's Broadway Heaven on Tap. Book today at sadlerswells.com.
Beat the squeeze and get set for summer with a little help from Robert Dias. Make the most of entertaining at home with family and friends by firing up the grill with gas barbecues starting at just $99.99. And be sure to keep the drinks flowing with half price on selected drink dispensers starting at just $16.99. For all your home and garden needs this summer, find us on your local high street or at robertdias.co.uk.
The last few days of the Furniture Village sale. Your last chance for final reductions on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining. So is style and quality this good? There's only one place to go this bank holiday. Don't miss the last few days of the Furniture Village sale.
This is LBC with Sangeeta Maiska. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maiska here with you on LBC until 4 o'clock. If you want to pick up the phone, do. There are a couple of lines left. Lines are open now. 0345 6060 973. It is 3 years since the murder of George Floyd and the BLM protests that went global afterwards. My question to you is, what effect did those protests have here in the UK? You will remember that it was lockdown at the time all of this happened, and people came out anyway. They were prepared to break the law and be arrested to have their voices heard. But what is the meaningful change that has occurred as a result? Has there been any at all? 0345 6060 973. This text in from someone who hasn't put their name on at the end. If you'd like to pick up the phone, I would really like to talk to you. This is the text. I'm black and I can tell you BLM changed things for the worse. Companies giving money to this charity were just virtue signalling, and frankly, I'm concerned black people are looked on as a charity case at this stage. If you texted in, I know why you're probably nervous about calling. We can use a different name. Please pick up the phone. 0345 6060 973. Chantal, a first-time caller from Birmingham. Thanks for hanging on the line. We were talking, weren't we, about the kinds of changes you think have and haven't happened.
Yeah.
When you've thought about this, is there anything you can point to, that you feel you can point to, that's tangible, that has changed in the last 3 years?
Honestly speaking, not really. No, I can't say there hasn't been conversations. And I think the interesting point was actually what you were saying about it having happened during the mid of the epidemic, the pandemic, that had happened. And I think that's what made people listen and stop for a minute, because the world had basically stopped at this time when, obviously George Floyd had died. But I don't think beyond that, I think generally speaking, beyond that period of time, I think it kind of went back to business as usual, unfortunately. I think it did allow us to raise some conversations, but I still don't think it's allowed us to deal with the hard-hitting issues, like you were saying before, about young black men being searched 4 times as more likely as their white counterparts. We haven't actually even gone into the fact that the black men are now committing suicide at a higher rate. We haven't gone into the fact that black children are more likely to be suspended and expelled from schools. So there's quite a lot of different things that are...
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they are more likely to be expelled from the schools. More so black boys than black girls, but it does tend to happen. So there's a young lady who's... I'm trying to remember her name for the life of me. I can't remember, but she's in London. And she's been working on the school to prison pipeline for young black boys specifically, but not... not specifically. Specifically, but not exclusively. And she was doing social work for so many years, and then she went out of that to set up this group. I can't remember her name for the life of me, otherwise I would plug her, but I can't remember. If anything, I'll text about her later.
I hope she calls in. Sounds awesome.
Hopefully she does. Hopefully she's listening. But yeah, so I think we haven't really dealt with quite a lot of different issues, which does seem to be, I think it comes more so from like an unconscious bias that there still seems to be lingering within the United Kingdom as a whole. I'm not saying that it's something that people do on purpose, but I mean, myself, I've got a doctorate in psychology. I walk down the street and I can see an old woman clutching at her bag and trying to cross over as quickly as possible. I've never stolen a thing in my life, but it's an unconscious bias that she obviously would have based on whatever. And I think that those kind of I guess, underlying biases that maybe cause force systems to still maybe maintain the way that they operate need to be addressed. And I know that there's kind of seems to be some, whether it's virtue signaling or not, I'm not 100% sure, but there does seem to be some want to train people into, equality and diversity within the workplace, or equality and diversity in customer services, etc. But I do think that some of it does tend to be more so of a let's tick this box to say that we've done opposed to, well, why is it there in the first place?
Somebody's just tweeted in, and her name is Jasmine. Can I put this to you? Sorry, since you're on the line. Just want to see what you think of this, because if you don't mind me saying, you sound much younger than me, so I'm hoping you're closer to education than I am. She says curriculums across the board in schools and universities have now had to take a look at themselves, and they are being decolonised. That would never have happened without Black Lives Matter.
I can't necessarily... Okay, I will say that, yes, it definitely brought probably more things to the forefront, but I would say that people had been trying to address that for some time. I remember even being in secondary school. I won't mention which secondary school I went to, but it was a grammar school. And we tried to introduce, within my year group, Black History Month. And that was some 15 years ago. So it was... I can't necessarily say that it's continually... only because of Black Lives Matter. I would say that has been just a collective consciousness to want, especially amongst, I'd say Black and Asian people, to try and get things more accurate as to our representation. Even during, Armistice Day, I will wear a red poppy and a black poppy. Because the black poppy is supposed to represent those people of colour who also fought in World War I and World War II, that don't seem to get as recognised as those who were white. But we do know that they fought in the war as well, in both wars, sorry.
And have not been recognised for decades. Listen, Chantal, first-time caller, thank you for picking up the phone.
No problem.
In Birmingham. Will you do it again? I've very much enjoyed talking to you.
I will definitely try to do it.
Thanks very much indeed, Chantal, first-time caller in Birmingham. My question to you this hour: what did Black Lives Matter actually change here in Britain? We are 3 years on from those protests. 0345 6060 973. You may feel like Chantal, not very much. I want to just touch on a story that broke this morning that I suspect is going to roll on for quite some time. I was absolutely shocked when I read it, I've got to be honest with you. A Tory minister and 3 other MPs claimed hundreds of pounds of driving fines on expenses despite it being against the rules. They're now being contacted to ask to repay the money. How did this happen? Why did it happen? Hugo Jai, have I pronounced this correctly? Chairman of the Lobby and Political...
Yeah, Jai, that's right, yeah.
Chairman of the Lobby and Political Editor of the I newspaper joins me now. Thank you, Hugo, for making time this afternoon. Am I right in thinking you broke this story originally?
No, it wasn't me, no, but... no, I've seen it just as you have, yeah.
Good on you not to claim it. What has happened? Who are the MPs? And what do the rules say about MPs claiming money at the taxpayer's expense for speeding fines?
So it's a number of MPs who are known to have done it. There's Amanda Soloway, the energy minister. There's a couple of other Tory MPs, Simon Hoare and Bim Afalami, and also an SNP MP, Dave Dugan. And essentially what they've done is while travelling as part of their official duties, they've been caught speeding, and they've then sort of tried to argue that because it was part of their official duties, that they should therefore be reimbursed by the taxpayer, and indeed put in claims which went through. They have now apologised, and the expenses regulator has said that actually they should never have been allowed to do it. But particularly in light of what we saw a week ago when Suella Braverman was found to have asked civil servants to look into how she could do a sort of private speed awareness course. It's another reminder of the way that of the way that MPs and sort of speeding offences they don't really mix very well, and what you end up in several instances now is MPs trying to get some sort of special treatment when they're caught speeding that normal people would never get.
Oh, it's just absolutely extraordinary. I saw Chris Bryant this morning talking about how actually the whole system of accountability for MPs when it comes to maintaining standards needs to be overhauled. Do you think this might be the tipping point, or is it just Chris Bryant hoping on a wing and a prayer?
Well, I mean, it's a good question. The thing is, in a sense, we had this tipping point 15 years ago. Listeners will remember the Great Expenses scandal, and the system really did tighten up after that. But clearly there are still problems, as we've seen. It's hard to say. I think we'll see a little bit of a mini crackdown on this issue specifically, but. Frankly, if the expenses scandal from 15 years ago, it did change a lot, but it clearly didn't sort of totally overhaul the culture. And if it didn't do that then, it's hard to see how that's going to happen now, to be honest.
Hugo Jai, chairman of the lobby and political editor of the iNewspaper, thank you very much indeed for making time this afternoon. I'm Sangeeta Maiska. This is LBC. Back to your calls on what impact Black Lives Matter has had on Britain after this.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Ali Mirage.
Just Stop Oil has disrupted a rugby final as Labour intends to block new North Sea oil and gas licences. Are the eco-warriors winning the argument on energy?
Ali Mirage on LBC.
Feed the squeeze and enjoy summer with a little help from Robert Dias. Decorate your outdoor space while keeping costs down with up to 25% off selected solar lights. Enjoy entertaining at home and create a cosy corner for chilly evenings with our range of fire pits starting at just $39.99. For all your home and garden needs this summer, find us on your local high street or at robertdias.co.uk.
Let your imagination run wild at Disney's The Lion King. Exploding with glorious colours, stunning effects and enchanting music. Watch in awe as the majesty of the Serengeti comes to life all around you, right in the heart of London's West End. Discover more at thelionking.co.uk.
Paint your walls a shade that'll get your neighbours staring. And Wix get Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 16. Be house proud with Wix. Terms apply.
At British Gas, we get on with the job at hand. With over 6,500 engineers nationwide fixing, servicing, installing, upgrading, we're rolling up our sleeves to keep over 10 million homes and businesses running efficiently. And we're not stopping there. We're hiring a new apprentice every single day until the end of the decade to power the skills of the future. That's enough talking. Let's get on with the doing. British Gas.
At Raging Bull Snacks, we use only the finest natural ingredients and traditional skills to craft our award-winning jerky and biltong. Wonderfully spiced and beautifully tender, our biltong and jerky is rich in natural protein, low in carbs, and utterly delicious. The perfect snack in a pack to help fuel life's adventures.
Visit RagingBullSnacks.com and enjoy 15% off your first order. Raging Bull Snacks, made without compromise.
Grab a Santander Cycles e-bike and find a great way to discover a new side to London. Grab an easy way to stay healthy. Try a new way to get to work or even just to get around town. And grab yourself a bit of time to clear your head. Grab life by the handlebars. Search Santander Cycles to find out more or download the app. Terms and conditions apply.
Like amazing Aldi value for the bank holiday? 4 British chicken koftas and 6 British smoky pork hot dogs from only $2.99. Branded big pack beers from just $10.99. And rum lager just $1.59. Bank holiday? Bank account holiday more like. Aldi, officially which cheapest supermarket of the year?
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. and tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
Leading Britain's conversation with Sangeeta Maiska. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Hello, I'm Sangeeta Maiska here with you until 4 o'clock, the last 10 minutes of the programme. My question to you this hour, Black Lives Matter, those protests went global 3 years ago this week. My question to you, what lasting impact, if any, have those protests had on Britain, on you perhaps, on your company, your place of work, the way in which you see race relations in this country? You may think that actually it had a negative impact, you may think it had a positive one. 0345 6060973. It would be particularly nice to hear from somebody who thinks it has had a meaningful impact. So far, I have to say, the majority of calls and texts and tweets are saying that it was really just a blip in history. If you think the BLM protests have had a positive effect on society here in Britain, would you call me? 0345 6060 973. I would very much like to hear from you. It is 3:52. Before we do that, I'd like to take you to a developing story. And this is the elections in Turkey. Polls have now closed in Turkey's election runoff between President Erdogan and the opposition leader. Significant elections because, of course, Turkey plays such a strategic role in our global relations. Victoria Craig is a freelance journalist based in Turkey who joins us from Ankara. What is the latest, Victoria, where you are?
Yeah, hi there. We have just been monitoring polls, as you said, just closed within the last hour, almost an hour ago now. And I've been hanging out at poll stations, throughout the day, trying to get a sense of what the mood is like. And I would say there's a lot less energy, at least here in the capital, than there was 2 weeks ago. The lines were not nearly as long as they were before. It rained a few times today, so that may have been keeping people away. But lots of young voters, especially after the first round, said young voters who are supporting the opposition said that, they just weren't going to come out and vote today. They didn't think it was worth it. They thought it was sort of a foregone conclusion that President Erdogan would win. So we're still waiting to see what the voter turnout was today. It was very high last time, above 88%. So it's a big question is how many people have actually turned out to vote. And I want to point out that the reason that the lines have been so long is that without paper, one question for parliamentary elections going on is that the first round. So there's just one choice to make. We want to lead this country for the next 5 years.
Erdogan's personal, how do I describe it? His personal popularity, his magnetism has been quite phenomenal, actually, in Turkey. Has that been on the wane in recent months?
That's a great question, and I would say I think a lot of people before the first round thought that it was sort of diminishing, that people were losing confidence in their leader. As you say, he's been at the helm for more than 2 decades. So certainly people who support the opposition say the economy in the state that it's in, it's time for a new leader. And to put that into context, inflation topped out at 85.5% last October. It's at 44% officially now. But households still say that they have trouble buying basic necessities, food at the grocery store. I go to the same grocery stores here in the capital that everybody else goes to. Prices are very high, and often food is going to waste on the shelves, it's rotting on the shelves before people can buy it. So I would say that, but also I would say half the country does still support the president, and that's why this was has been such a close race. And I went to one of the AKP strongholds, it's the president's party, just outside the sort of center of the capital last week, just to ask people why they were supporting the president. And a lot of people said, he's the right man to get us out of this. He's been a strong leader for the last 20 years. They believe in his policies. They see he's raised minimum wage. He's made worker rights better, sort of things like that. And they say, he's the man who can sort of make our lives better. Inflation is happening all around the world. That's a very common argument that AKP
not at that rate.
Yeah, it's a very high rate of inflation. But that's the thing. I often and challenge these people saying, you know, I understand inflation. Obviously, I moved here from London. I lived in the U.S. for many, I grew up in the U.S., so I understand, you know, the state of play around the world, but certainly it's not in double digits, nearing triple digits as it nearly did at the end of last year. And they just say, I support the president. I think he's the right one to bring it down. You know, there are these foreign forces they constantly talk about that are working against Turkey. So they just, the people who believe in the president very strongly believe in the president.
The foreign forces theory has been propagated by the media and in Turkey, much of which is, shall we say, influenced by the governing party. How free and fair do you think media coverage is of Erdogan's record?
Well, that's another really great question, because that's one of the things that the opposition has been pointing to, that they don't get nearly as much airtime here in Turkey to get the message out. You know, President Erdogan has been on TV quite a few times, doing very long interviews, talking about his policies, what he wants to do. The opposition hasn't gotten the same amount of airtime. And so that's one thing that they point to. It's much harder for us to get our message out, they say. And so they have to rely on people showing up to rallies, paying attention on social media, really seeking out what their message is. And when it comes to the economy, that's been a really big thing. That was what voters said was the biggest issue that mattered to them in the first round. And why a lot of people are sort of stumped as to why, you know, people might support the president, given how difficult their lives have become economically and financially. But yeah, I think it's a big question here, is how well the opposition can get its message out when it's sort of fighting against, you know, the airtime that state media gives the president.
Victoria Craig, freelance journalist based in Turkey, who joins us from Ankara. Thank you very much indeed. Back to the question of the hour. Anthony in Mill Hill. You are my last caller of this hour. Do you think BLM and the protests that we saw 3 years ago has had any meaningful effect on British society?
Yes. I think that it adds to the long-term consciousness of the fact that there is a problem, and that when you consider the good things, and that, like all groups, the black groups do in this country, it will equalize these long-held attitudes of racism.
Anthony, you've made your point powerfully, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. At last we got there. Somebody who feels as though there has been a positive effect from BLM. Thank you very much indeed. Anthony from Mill Hill, I'm afraid we've got to end it there. My time is up. Ali Miraj, who I've never met before, has just walked into the studio. Hello.
Huge fan, Sangeeta. Lovely to meet you.
Likewise. It's very weird. I don't think the listeners realise that we never really get to see one another, the presenters here. You know, we sort of do a quick...
We don't, but I'm an avid listener to your show.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and likewise, I'm very pleased to have met you. So, thank you, Ali. Thank you, in fact, to all of you who've been listening today for your calls, texts and tweets. I'm back tomorrow at 1 p.m. when I'm in for Sheila Fogarty, who's on a much-deserved holiday. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, where you can also rewind live radio and find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcasts. Rewind live radio on Global Player. Download for free from the App Store, or head to globalplayer.com. Coming up at 7 o'clock, it's Rachel Johnson. But right now, here is Mr. Ali Miraj.
Thanks, Sangeeta. The Conservatives are facing an electoral time bomb because millennial voters regard them as dishonest, incompetent and out of touch, with the think tank Onward highlighting that they are the first generation not to have become more conservative as they have got older. Will the Tories' neglect of the under-40s cost them the next election? But first, Just Stop Oil protesters have been arrested after invading the pitch at the English Premiership rugby final after throwing orange powder over the field. It comes as Labour has said it will block all new North Sea oil and gas licences to make Britain a clean energy superpower. Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, the Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary has said companies should be investing in the workforce they've got instead of going straight to international recruitment. Net migration hit a record high last year, with many who came in arriving to work. Jonathan Ashworth says Labour would encourage companies to invest in their employees.
I believe we should be skilling people, investing in people's training, fixing the red tape and bureaucracy in the apprenticeship levy, but also fixing the way our welfare system works and our job centres work to give people the skills and opportunities to move into work.
The UK government is running an ad campaign in Albania warning people who plan to cross the channel in small boats they will be detained and removed. Cumbria police have confirmed a body found in a river in Carlisle is one of a group of teenagers who got into difficulty on Friday. 15-year-old Lewis Kirkpatrick was pulled from the River Eden yesterday. A 14-year-old who was flown to hospital remains in a critical condition. Another was rescued by a member of the public, while a fourth boy managed to swim to safety. Prison chiefs are warning that all prisons in England and Wales will be at capacity by July. The Sunday Mirror reports that the Prison Governors Association is calling for prisoners to be released early. Mark Johnson is a former prisoner and founder of the charity Use a Voice, which aims to help reduce reoffending rates. He told LBC perpetual political change is a real problem.
We have had, since 2007, 30 justice and prison ministers, and every single one of them that comes in has a rhetoric and an idea that they are just allowed to subject the whole system to. So you've got the civil service in perpetual motion of changing whatever a politician is saying.
Polls in the presidential runoff in Turkey are closed. President Erdogan is hoping to extend his rule into a third decade. Challenger Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu is hoping to unseat him with a promise of more democratic societies. Erdogan came just short of an outright victory in the first round earlier this month. It's going to be a nervous afternoon for Leeds, Leicester and Everton fans on the final day of the Premier League season. Two of those clubs will join Southampton in being relegated from the top flight. LBC weather, dry overnight with clear spells. There's a chance of a grass frost in Scotland with a low of 4 degrees. Dry tomorrow, best of the sunshine in the west. Some cloud further east where it could feel chilly. A high of 20 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
It's Ali Mirage. It's just gone 3 minutes past 4. I shall be with you until 7 p.m. I hope I find you extremely well, although probably not as good as if you are a Luton Town football supporter. I mean, let's just get the serious business out of the way first. Luton Town reached the Premier League after over 30 years out of the top flight of football. They beat Coventry City yesterday in the playoff at Wembley Stadium. Apparently it was a thrilling match, and it was a penalty shootout, and they got there. So congratulations to Luton Town. Now, it took me quite a lot to say that, because I was a season ticket holder at Watford for many, many years. And of those of you who know the rivalry between these sort of northwest, well, I would say northwest rivals will know that there's no love lost between them. But anyway, good luck to Luton and very well played. Enjoy the ride. Now, I wanted to begin by sort of reflecting on Just Stop Oil, but not just Stop Oil, but also the Labour Party's reaction to some of the tactics, as I see, of Just Stop Oil and the announcement they've made about what they plan to do on oil and gas licences. So let me just start with Just Stop Oil first. I mean, you've probably heard that Just Stop Oil, our friends from that group, the eco-warrior mob, as I like to call them, were out again in force. There were a few of them at Twickenham yesterday, invading the Premiership rugby final, when they threw orange powder over the pitch, as you would expect, as usual. Now, this just comes after they did the same thing at a garden at the Chelsea Flower Show just a few days ago. And the reaction to the protesters at the Chelsea Flower Show was far from supportive.
Oh, for God's sake.
Stop it. Humanity is failing. Everything that you hold dear
hilarious when one attendee at the Chelsea Flower Show started dousing them with a hose to try and clean their clothes. They're all wearing the white T-shirts they wear emblazoned with Just Stop Oil. And the reaction wasn't much better when protesters ran onto the pitch during the Premiership rugby final at Twickenham yesterday. Well, this is all very well. You heard the reaction there. This is all very well. Just Stop Oil, not everyone's cup of tea, and I'll give you my take on them in just a second. But the front page of the Times today, Starmer plans to block all new North Sea oil and gas developments. Now, this should be music to the ears for supporters of Just Stop Oil, and indeed Just Stop Oil themselves. This is exactly what they have wanted. I think they wanted it from 2025 onwards, but you're getting a new Labour government coming in maybe next year. You're not doing badly if that's the case. Now, let me just give you a flavour of what the article actually says. So Keir Starmer will announce plans to block all new North Sea oil and gas developments and limit borrowing to green investment only as part of a radical blueprint to make Britain a clean energy superpower. The Labour leaders expect to set out his net zero strategy policy when he launches his latest national mission. It's one of his 5 national missions he's going around the country talking about. And he has promised to only borrow to invest in green enterprises, which is a departure from where the government is on this at the moment. And he's also talking about the plan. It's expected to create 500,000 jobs, including at least 50,000 in Scotland. And this is part of the Green Prosperity Plan that Labour is putting forward, planning to double onshore wind, triple solar, and quadruple offshore wind power. And the party has committed to creating a publicly owned renewable energy company whose aim it will be to achieve zero carbon power. So my question to you is this: Just Stop Oil and their ilk may not be your cup of tea, certainly not mine, and we'll come to that in a second. But is it now time to accept that Just Stop Oil is winning the argument? Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument? Call me up 0345 67973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy? Well, I'll tell you my view on this. I'm not a fan of Just Stop Oil at all. I do believe in decarbonisation. I think it's very, very important. I think it's one of the biggest challenges that we face. I'm all behind the 1.5 degrees limit that was imposed in Paris in terms of pre-industrial levels. I do think that we need to green our economy. I think it's absolutely fundamentally vital that we do. I'm not in any way, and nor do I have any truck with climate change deniers. They are entitled in a free society to have their views. I do not share them in any way. I believe we do need to decarbonise our economy. So I'm full square behind that particular plan. What I don't agree with, however, is groups like Just Stop Oil or Extinction Rebellion or any of these other eco groups that go around, and it's difficult to keep up, forgive me, with different ones, because at times I do feel that it's the same group of people, the same few hundred people who just seem to change their T-shirts with alarming regularity. I'm not sure how good that isn't for the environment, but anyway, I totally and utterly disagree with the notion that you can go around disrupting people's lives, preventing them going to school, preventing them going to the office or to their workplace by climbing gantries on the M25 and causing disruption for days, scaling the Dartford Crossing Bridge, causing an absolute havoc for people, preventing ambulances going to hospitals. I don't have any truck with this at all, nor do I, by the way, have any sympathy or empathy for the fact that they go around ruining people's private time, including the snooker championships at the Crucible. I mean, why should someone who enjoys snooker, wants to go to the Crucible, have their evening, afternoon disrupted by a Just Stop Oil protester who's going to douse the whole green table with orange powder? Not for me, nor do I think it was right what they did at the Chelsea Flower Show or indeed at the rugby match at Twickenham either. So I'm not in favour of this kind of protest. I believe the right to protest is absolutely enshrined in our traditions, in our culture. I'm a huge supporter of it. Indeed, I marched myself against the Iraq war before it began. Fat lot of good it did. But a million other people joined me on that march. But it was planned. Everyone knew that roads would be closed. No one was supergluing themselves to the ground, ruining people's ability to get to their workplace or get their kids to school. So I don't agree with the tactics that Just Stop Oil use at all. But on the fundamental point of dealing with climate change, I think that it is a valid debate to have. Now, on the substance of the point, and this is again where I depart with Just Stop Oil and where I question Labour's potential plans on this. And this is this. As I say, I'm all in favour of decarbonising the economy. But there's something called the energy trilemma, which all policymakers have to grapple with. And what is that? That is balancing cost of energy, security of supply of energy, and also the impact of the energy that we use on the environment. So there are three elements that need to be balanced here. Now, if you're going down the road, and I'll just continue giving you a bit of a flavour of what the Labour plans are meant to encompass here. So they're going to create a clean energy superpower. They do not want to issue any more drilling licences for oil and gas in the North Sea at all. At the moment, if you look at how much renewables account for the UK's electricity generation, it's still only making up less than 10% of our total energy mix. So, yes, we have massively and exponentially increased renewable energy. I'm all for it, provided it's done sensitively and you don't ruin the landscape, particularly in areas of outstanding natural beauty. I get it perfectly. Massively roll out offshore wind and all the rest of it, fine. But you also have to bear in mind that we do need something called base load power. What do I mean by that? I mean that the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow all the time in the day. You have to have backup baseload power. You can either get that from nuclear, and we have been patently useless in this country for years about facing up to nuclear, partly because of concerns over things post-Chernobyl and issues over how you deal with waste. And the government, to be fair to the government, they've finally stepped up and they're now going to be investing in Sizewell C in Suffolk, which is going to cost about 20 billion. Half of that's going to come from the private sector, and also Hinkley Point C as well, which was sat on for a while, but is going to come on stream. So that's good and that's positive. But I can tell you that unless you deal with the issue of baseload power, and you need oil and gas for that, you're going to be in trouble. Unless we want to have an open, mature debate in this country about the fact that we're willing to have the lights off for several hours a day. If that's where you are, I'd love to hear from you. Tell me that I'm wrong. I certainly don't want to live in a country like that. So we've got to be sensible about this. We've got to balance it. We've got to get these things in proportion. We've got to decarbonise systematically with a long-term strategic plan. We can't just be faddish about this by saying we're going to scrap all oil and gas licences. Because I can tell you this, are the Labour Party saying that they are then going to stop importing liquefied natural gas from Qatar? I mean, we heard all that nonsense about Qatar at the World Cup and about how they were treating their own people who built these stadiums badly. Well, was anyone actually talking about putting one's money where one's mouth is and not taking in liquefied natural gas from Qatar? Of course not, because we want to keep the lights on. So, my question to you is this. Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy, given the fact that the Labour Party is responding by saying it wants to not grant any more new oil and gas licences in the North Sea? Call me on 03456060973, text me on 850 and tweet me at LBC. Wesley in Glasgow, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think you're asking the wrong question. Is the Just Stop Oil campaign winning? Is the politicians legislating this or not listening to the population theory? The population, well, the majority of the population is opposed to decarbonisation. As fossil fuels are the most reliable and affordable energy there is.
Sorry, Wesley, where's your evidence? Sorry to interrupt. Before you go on, where's your evidence for that?
Okay, well, the Bank of America recently offered a report by scientist Mark Mills, and the report stated that 1 million invested on solar or wind would produce around 30 million kilowatt of energy over 30 years. However, 1 million invested in gas would produce over parts per million. Right, so that's actually historically low. During the Jurassic era, it was around 1,700 parts per million. You know, we're carbon-based life forms. Carbon's a good thing. If you decarbonise...
So Wesley, so Wesley, so all the stuff that happened in Paris about 1.5 degrees, limiting the increase to pre-industrial levels, was all a waste of time, was it?
What is the surface temperature on average of the world for now? Do you know?
No, look.
It's cooler than it is. The surface temperature of our world right now is cooler than it was 3,000 years ago.
Okay, so fine. So the polar ice caps aren't melting, floods aren't happening, wildfires aren't happening, and you're also, by the way, Wesley, probably going to tell me that we're not going to have massive demographic shifts of population moving across the globe because they're being displaced from certain parts of the world because of a shortage of clean water and because it's totally impractical and inhabitable because of climate change. That's what you're going to tell me, is it?
No, that's what you're telling me.
No, but you tell me.
I'm telling you that we need fossil fuels because fossil fuels,
and I'm telling
especially for the poorest and especially for countries that are very impoverished and don't have a high stage of development, those countries, those people rely on fossil fuels because they are the most affordable. It is the most affordable energy.
Well, Wesley, that's an important point you raise because if you go back to the COP summits recently, this is a fair point that you're raising about the fact that developing economies and economies that are rapidly growing, such as India and China, have come out and said, look, the West, you industrialized, you had the Industrial Revolution, now it's our turn. We want to develop rapidly and we're going to use fossil fuels. So there was that whole... if you remember that whole argument about Alok Sharma when he was nearly brought to tears about phase down carbon emissions, not phase out carbon emissions. So yes, you're making a point, but we need to take our responsibility seriously, in my view, and move forward. The only thing I'm saying is it's not practical, in my view, to ban all new oil and gas licenses when you haven't solved the issue of baseload power. Wesley, thank you very much indeed for your call. Niall saying, hi Andy, love your show. As an island, why aren't we utilising tidal? Raymond Baxter was on about this when I was a kid in the 70s. And Sarah from Barnet says climate change deniers are not entitled to have a voice because what they say are lies. Just Stop Oil are doing what we should all be doing. What's more important, a game of snooker, getting to school, or time saving the planet? It's so simple. I don't understand why people don't understand. Sarah, all I would say to that is if I wanted to say, set up a group with white t-shirts saying, let's promote coal, I don't think we would like you. So in a free society, if I was to superglue myself to the road, preventing you getting to work, because I wanted to promote coal mines that have been closed, I don't think it would go down too well. So I think we need to be even-handed, and I do not agree with the tactics of Just Stop Oil, even though I'm sympathetic to the issue of dealing with climate change. So my question to you is this. Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy? Call me on 0345 6060 973, text me 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Listen to Ali Raj on LBC. It's 4:20.
This is LBC.
Great deals start with Homebase. Like up to 20% of garden furniture and barbecues. Find this and more offers online and in-store now. Homebase. Homes and gardens made easy. T's and C's apply. Excludes gas cylinders, spas and clearance.
Cancer doesn't care if you're deaf. But Nikki from Macmillan Cancer Support does. Knowing that most deaf patients were struggling to understand healthcare professionals, she made it her mission to change that at the Macmillan Deaf Cancer Support Project. So now patients in Nottingham and beyond can get the information they need in a language they understand. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
At Tesco Mobile, we're a little bit and a little bit. The best of and the very best of. We call it Supermarket Mobile. It means we can dish out help like no other network. It's why we've been awarded Best Network for Customer Service. Welcome to the helpful network. Welcome to Supermarket Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Awarded Best Network for Customer Service by USwitch in 2023.
Got an untaxed car? You could hide it in a hedge or sneak it in a skip. Maybe cloak it with some cones or outfox us with a fence. You might try to cover it, smother it, bury it in sticks, park it down the lane, tuck it down the drain, stash it in a bus stop, paint it like a mountaintop. But whatever you try, you will always find that cars are hard to hide, but easy to tax. So don't risk it. Tax it with DVLA at gov.uk/DVLA/taxit.
It's the last few days of the Furniture Village sale. Your last chance for final reductions on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining. So with style and quality this good, there's only one place to go this bank holiday. Don't miss the last few days of the Furniture Village sale.
Let your imagination run wild at Disney's The Lion King. Exploding with glorious colours, stunning effects and enchanting music. Watch in awe as the majesty of the Serengeti comes to life all around you, right in the heart of London's West End. Discover more at thelionking.co.uk.
Welcome to Able & Cole, where inconvenience is a good thing. We'll only deliver to your area once a week.
It reduces carbon emissions.
Our food costs a bit more.
We pay farmers fairly.
And our broccoli won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the planet and tastes better too.
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Cole and order a carbon-neutral grocery delivery today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Cole.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's just gone 4:23, and I'm asking you this question. Is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy? This is on the back of, obviously, yet another disruption to a public event, this time at Twickenham, where some Just Stop Oil protesters doused themselves in orange powder and ran onto the field, disrupting that. But also, the Labour opposition is to announce that it is going to block all new North Sea oil and gas developments going forward. So, is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy? Call me on 0345 6060 973, text me on 8484, tweet me at LBC. Dan in Bond, good afternoon.
Hi Ali, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, I think the idea that some people disrupting some other people to try and promote or engage the public in quite an urgent matter isn't a terrible thing, and historically it's been proved to be part of getting a sense of urgency going within the population. I mean, you sort of raised the issue of the rugby yesterday and people covering themselves in orange powder and running onto the field. You know, I remember 20, 30 years ago streakers doing that on a regular basis, and I thought that was highly entertaining. So what's
Dan, you're not telling me that public displays of nudity is something that we want to go to, do you?
No, of course not. What I'm saying is that yesterday you're saying that was disruptive.
Yeah.
I'm saying basically a similar disruption in terms of time 30 years ago was considered an entertainment. So times change and people use all sorts of different tactics to grab the public's attention.
Okay, so Dan, let me ask you this. So you know, and I digress slightly, so forgive me, but you know that Sadiq Khan is going to expand the ULEZ scheme as of the end of August, right? £12.50 a day, right? So this is going down like a lead balloon in many parts of outer London, including Ruislip, where I grew up in Hillingdon. I now live in inner London. I hardly use my car. Anyway, there are people, there's a group called the Blade Runners that are going around basically taking down traffic enforcement cameras because they believe that that is completely justified because they disagree with Sadiq Khan's tactics. What say you?
Well, that's illegal. That's not a protest. That's illegally dismantling public property,
right?
Because they don't want to pay the fines. That's a different thing. They're not protesting. There are people who do protest against the ULEZ, and they
No, but it is illegal, Dan. Scaling the Dartford crossing is illegal, which is why one person's got 2 years, 7 months, and the other one's got 3 years.
Okay, fine, that's illegal as well, but they're risking their own liberty.
But hang on, Dan, you see, look, I just want you to be open and honest about the fact that there's an equivalence here, because this is the thing that the people who support these Just the Oil Brigade and all the rest of them, and as I say, Dan, I'm not a climate change denier, believe me, I want to tackle it. Exactly. So I just want to be even-handed about this, and what I find is that if you say to someone that, hang on a second, if someone wants to superglue themselves at an anti-abortion, is an anti-abortion protester and wants to superglue themselves outside an abortion clinic saying, my God doesn't allow abortion, we'd have a hissy fit about it, the same way where people, I'm not advocating, by the way, illegality.
I wouldn't. They can do that, and then the law can respond appropriately.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Historically, women riding in front of racehorses at Down is now a famous historical event.
Yeah, but the horse died as well. The horse had to be put down. That wasn't the horse's fault.
We don't remember the horse, but what we remember is that it somehow grabbed the public's attention to get behind women having the ballot. And sometimes, when the situation is urgent, extreme out of context stunts, let's put it that way, seem to have some effect, whether we like it or not, whether it's disruptive or not, and they're part and parcel of trying to get the public, which is quite a slow-moving oil tanker in terms of its thinking, around the idea that this is now urgent. Last year, London saw 40 degrees topped several days in a row. That's never happened before. It's urgent. And these organisations, I'm not part of them, but these organisations have found a way of trying to get
Dan, I hear where you're coming from, but all I would say is that the suffragettes, whilst I was sympathetic with their motives, of course I was, I would not endorse doing a letter bombing campaign against certain politicians or trying to commit sort of terrorist attacks. I wouldn't agree with that at all. I think the suffragists approached it in a different way. I think that there is a general consensus, and this is where I have respect for...
Can I just say, Ali, though, the suffragettes grew out of the lack of momentum that the suffragists were getting. So what we're looking at is a gradual ramping up because things aren't actually changing. So people are forced to take more and more attention-grabbing measures.
Okay, understood. But then Greta, right, who is one of the founders of this movement and is a climate activist. I mean, I don't endorse people taking time off school during school hours. I think they should go and protest at the weekends. But her Fridays for the Future campaign didn't affect my life. It didn't affect me getting my nieces and nephews to school or going about my business to my workplace. If Greta wants to miss school, that's her business. I wouldn't advise it if I was a parent or even a student, because I think education is very important. But at least she wasn't interfering in my life.
Yes, but if Greta had encouraged your daughters or your nieces to do exactly the same as her, then it would impact on your life, and then you've got to make a decision. So you can't always make a decision based on whether it affects your life personally. It's the principle that they're trying to achieve.
Indeed.
I think we've got to focus on that rather than whether it personally disrupts us.
Okay, Dan, great call. I totally disagree with you, but I really appreciate you picking up the phone and engaging in the discussion. My question to you is this: is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy on the back of yet again more protests at the rugby Premiership final, but also the coming announcement, we believe, by the Labour opposition that they're going to block new North Sea oil and gas developments? Call me on 0345 6067 973, text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. You're listening to Alan Raj on LBC at 4:30 the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
The government will put out adverts in Albania warning people they face being detained and removed if they come to the UK in small boats. Figures show channel crossings are at record levels. Critics say the idea is pointless.
e-bike and find a great way to discover a new side to London. Grab an easy way to stay healthy. Try a new way to get to work or even just to get around town. And grab yourself a bit of time to clear your head. Grab life by the handlebars. Search Santander Cycles to find out more or download the app. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Julius Caesar, an emperor, not a tradesperson. But if I was, I'd be on Checkatrade. 8 out of 10 homeowners surveyed would choose a tradesperson from Checkatrade over one that isn't. And they guarantee jobs for a year. Book your job today at up to £1,000. T's and C's apply.
Want to work in the media? Kickstart your career with Global Academy. Apply now for year 10 or 12 at this unique media school. Search Global Academy.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 4:34. I'm asking you, is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy on the back of the Labour opposition announcing that it's going to rule out new North Sea oil and gas licences? And I'll come to your call in just a second. Graham says, I'm with you, Ali. We all know about climate change and I'm in favour of non-disruptive protests, but I'm dead against vandalistic morons ruining things for everyone else. And Rachel says, Ali, sooner or later, the effects of climate change will definitely disrupt your life. Perhaps then you'll take it more seriously. I do, Rachel. We do not have a green government, so how do you suggest we bring this massive problem to people's attention? It already is, Rachel. Anna in Leicester, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Sorry, I just felt compelled to ring because I feel like the question's almost framed wrong, because you're saying that Just Stop Oil will win if the new licences for drilling in the North Sea are decommissioned. But actually, if we stop drilling for fossil fuels, surely everyone will win. Because the IPCC report, which was based on hundreds of scientists worldwide, so they looked at thousands of peer-reviewed articles, and they concluded that this is red code for humanity. You know, it's not an us and them, it's not us and the eco-warriors. We should all be completely invested in this. And actually, this report said that we have a very, very limited time frame to make drastic changes so that our children can have a future. I've got young children and I worry every day about their future. You know, what's it going to be like when they're in their mid-30s, like I am now.
I hear you, Anna, and I'm fully supportive of that. But let me put this to you. You say that we're all going to benefit from it. I'll also tell you who else is going to benefit from it. Oil and gas producers from abroad are also going to benefit from it, unless we are going to be open and honest about the fact that until we solve the issue of baseload power, i.e., at certain points of the day, the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. If we solve the conundrum of battery storage, fine, but we're some way off that. If we solve the issue of hydrogen, again, great, but we're some way off that. So Qatar's going to be benefiting from this. Other parts of the world who export oil and gas are going to be benefiting. The Norwegians are going to be having a laugh about this. So unless you want to turn off the lights for 4 hours a day, then let's have a conversation about it.
Yeah, but someone has to start and make a difference. And to be honest, what this report basically said is that we have to make drastic changes. So if that means we have to change the way that we live, whether that's turning off the lights more or not driving as much. And I know the infrastructure and the way our country's set up won't really support our ways of life at the moment. But you know, we need to. The reason we're talking about climate change right now is simply because Just Stop Oil have done lots of protests in the last few days. And yes, I don't necessarily agree with their tactics. I do think that we have so many conversations on LBC about things that are far, far less important. This is the most important topic to be talking about on this channel. And I just think, you know, at least Just Stop Oil has given people the chance to talk about it today. And we really need a science-based approach here. You know, when it was COVID, you know, all the presenters were, putting down, anti-vaxxers. But we don't necessarily do the same when it comes to climate change and climate change deniers who come on the programme. It's becoming increasingly more so, but some of the presenters seem to think we're climate change.
I don't think we are, and I also did challenge one caller who didn't call earlier, but it's a free society, and I believe that people should be allowed to express their views, even if I personally vehemently disagree with them. But Anna, thank you very much for your call and making your point so powerfully. Now, I'm joined by Chloe Laundren, a Just Stop Oil spokesman, who is on the line now. Good afternoon, Chloe.
Good afternoon, Ali. Thanks for having me on today. And can I just say thank you to Anna for talking such good sense there. I'm a mother too, and I wake up every morning frightened for my children's future. And I think it's really important that we know that other people feel that way as well.
I agree. And how do you respond to the mother who was trying to get her kids to school and was prevented from doing so by Just Stop Oil protesters supergluing themselves to the ground in her way?
Well, as parents, we have a responsibility towards our children every day to make sure that they're eating properly, to make sure that they're properly clothed, to make sure that they're safe and well. We also have a responsibility towards our children in the future. And if we focus on the responsibilities for today and ignore the responsibilities in our future, then we are not going to be able to keep our responsibilities to our children in the future. We're not going to be able to keep our children safe.
Chloe, how do you respond to this issue that I raised at the beginning of the programme about the energy trilemma and baseload power, right? Because we do need baseload power, because I'm fully supportive of renewables, and they've grown exponentially in this country in recent years, and I would love to see the day when we don't have to do oil and gas exploration. I really would. But you have to deal with the fact that this is intermittent energy at the moment. It's disaggregated, and you need baseload power. What do you say to that?
So, I think if you have an energy expert on here, they would tell you that actually isn't correct information. So what we need is a mixed ecology of energy supply. We need solar and we need wind, which are extremely complementary, because it tends to be the case that one is active while the other is not. And we need tidal power as well. And the idea that we cannot exist in our present society without additional energy sources is actually not true anymore.
No, but Chloe, I disagree with you. Sorry, I disagree.
Grid. We need an intelligent grid. We need to put a huge amount of investment into this. You're right. We can't do it tomorrow. But that's why we need to start the transition now.
Okay, but Chloe, I've spoken to many energy experts, including Professor Dieter Helm at Oxford University, who makes the point very simply, which is that this is intermittent power, and you do need baseload power, unless we want to be honest, Chloe, with people and say you should be prepared to not have energy supplies to your houses 4 or 5 hours a day. Now, if we want to make an honest and open discussion about that, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, what worries me about this Labour plan is that all that we're going to be doing is, with this virtue signaling, is taking in oil and gas from other states rather than actually being self-sufficient. You've also got to bear in mind there's a war going on in Europe. We need security of supply as well, don't we?
We do. And we don't have security of energy at the moment, because the energy that we're talking about licensing from the North Sea, our government is looking to license 100 new oil and gas fields. That isn't our energy. We're not like Norway. We haven't nationalised the oil and gas that is in our vicinity. It will get sold on the global market. It isn't going to help people in this country who are struggling to heat their homes. So we need to properly invest. We need to think about storage, and that is all absolutely possible. And we have to remember that this isn't optional. This isn't, please, let's transition to renewable energy.
No, Chloe,
if it's convenient.
Chloe,
we've got to do this.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. You've got an ally here. But where I disagree with you is, and I speak to people in this area all the time, battery storage is not it's not where it needs to be yet. It will get there, I'm sure it will. We're all there's a lot of ingenuity and innovation going, but it's not there yet. Just let me ask you this final question. Are you encouraged by the fact, and this is my point really to the listeners, that you are now making progress with the Labour Party, for example, saying that they will rule out new oil and gas license? Are you winning the debate here?
Well, I think we are. I think Keir Starmer is doing absolutely everything that he can to get himself elected, and he would not be making big policy decisions that he didn't think were going to play well with voters. So I think what this shows is that Just Stop Oil has significantly moved on the national conversation about no new oil and gas, to the point that it is absolutely inevitable that it will become policy.
Thank you very much, Chloe. I really appreciate you joining us. That was Chloe Madrid, Just Stop Oil spokesman, and not an element or hint of superglue in sight.
previous callers, and he was trying to make the point about how many parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere. And I think that it was the way he was putting his point across that I wanted to pick up on. And that was that I don't think anybody is denying that the climate is changing, the heat waves, the floods, the droughts, all the other points that people make about the climate changing to make their argument. And I think that nobody can deny that. Nobody's got their eyes shut. But what it is that is the point that the guy was trying to make is what's the actual cause? What really is the cause of the change in the climate? What he was trying to make was, the point he was trying to make that it's not necessarily carbon, because historically carbon emissions have been scientifically noted as being higher than they are now. And so if that's the point, how is it that the carbon emissions have previously been higher, that if they are lower now, then how is it that it's carbon emissions that are causing the change in the planet? Well, so whenever your callers come on, you then will say, well, this guy's another climate denier. Well, I'm not a climate denier, because it is changing, but I could debate about whether the cause of the changes, whether or not it's carbon. Unfortunately, there was an imposed cause. So I wouldn't argue the science of it.
No, I appreciate it. Actually, look, I'm not a scientist either, but look, I've read a lot about the topic, and a lot of the climate scientists would argue that it's pretty clear. And even if it's not clear, and someone like you argues something different, there is something called the precautionary principle, which is let's just be on the safe side here and let's try and decarbonise, because it's the right, sensible thing to do, even for atmospherics. If you don't believe that it's actually carbon emissions, and I disagree with you fundamentally on this, by the way, you could even I disagree with you, because all the evidence that I've read, including the IPCC reports, all point to the fact that we have a serious problem of carbon emissions rising and increasing rapidly, and the Earth heating up way beyond its industrial.
Have you ever heard from the scientists who will be qualified scientists that don't agree with it?
Yes, of course. No, I don't. No, I don't. And it's a free and open democratic society, so people can are free to make their points, as you have done. Actually, I just happen to disagree with you. Thank you very much indeed for your call. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC. I'm asking, is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy? Call me on 0345 60 973. It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 4:46.
This is LBC.
In a crisis, service matters. Which surveyed more than 10,000 energy customers and independently assessed the performance of every major supplier. Only one measured up. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
It's Lidl's pick of the week. Save up to 30% on 6 fresh deals on fruit and vegetables. Grab a 5-pack of lemon and limes for 89p, or a pack of large flat mushrooms for 79p, as well as a large garlic bulb for just 39p, and even more in store now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
Get set for summer at B&Q with 20% off garden furniture and barbecues, and in-store only 20% off outdoor plants, so you can chill, grill and fill your garden with colour for less. Shop in-store at DIY.com or on the B&Q app. You can do it. Exclusions and terms and conditions apply. Ends 5th of June. See DIY.com for details.
The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale is on right now, and you can save on every range. Whatever your style, find furniture for every room. And whether you choose a new bed, a gorgeous dining table, or a comfy sofa, they're always built to last. So don't miss out. Get great savings on furniture with lasting values you can trust. Only in the Bank Holiday Sale at Oak Furnitureland. Ends Monday.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership to 78900.
This summer, why not try juicy New York-style beef burgers, fiery harissa halloumi kebabs, tender chimichurri bavette steaks, or succulent chicken tikka breast kebabs? Delicious. They're all part of the mouth-watering Waitrose barbecue range, and you can enjoy £2 to £8 on selected barbecue products in-store and online. Make it a sizzling summer with Waitrose's barbecue offer. Waitrose, food to feel good about.
Selected stores and lines, subject to availability.
We've got it at Selco. Selco is where the train goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In May, we've got a white painted Velux GTL MK06 centre pivot roof window for £295 ex VAT. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco is where the train goes.
That charged at 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
If loose and missing teeth or dentures affect the foods you can eat and make you feel embarrassed about your smile, speak to TDC about how we can restore full sets of teeth, your smile, and your confidence.
I walked out there with a great big smile, so it was great.
To learn more and to book a consultation, visit smileandA.co.uk or call TDC Harley Street on 0203 733 4986. We're now part of Bupa.
In a crisis, service matters. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC is 450 and asking, is Just Stop Oil winning the argument on energy on the back of the Labour Party set to announce plans to basically block all new North Sea oil and gas developments to turn Britain into a clean energy superpower? Anna in Maidenhead, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Ali. You'll have to forgive me, I've got a bit of a sore throat.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Anna.
That's okay. Yes, I've been listening with interest this afternoon and hearing about the superglue, which is loaded with chemicals. So supposedly these people are against that. Also, how do they transport themselves along the motorways? They're not going to go on a bicycle or a moped or anything. They also have now surfaced, again in the summer months, what happens if somebody is really true to themselves about something. They should also be protesting and not be hypocrites while the weather is bitterly cold. They keep on telling us that the suffragettes went through this. It was a completely different thing and a century ago. I don't mind anybody having an opinion about anything and trying to do your bit to make the world a bit better. But I don't like hypocrisy. And I would love somebody from that particular organisation to answer the questions, which they do avoid, and I think they've got a written mantra in front of them. What type of glue doesn't have chemicals?
Well, we can. And if you'd asked me that before, I would have put it to the caller to the spokesman.
I would love to know what do they fuel their vehicles with carrot juice?
I hear you. Look, I hear you. In the winter months, I'm sure that they will satisfy themselves with throwing tomato soup over Van Gogh sunflowers or supergluing themselves to the frame of the Hay Wain by John Constable, which I also disagree with completely. And look, the point is they would come back and argue that what they're trying to do is to highlight the urgency of the climate crisis. I agree with them on that. I just disagree with the tactics fundamentally, and that's why I think what they're doing is wrong. But you could argue they're having an impact. The Labour Party is listening to them. Thanks, Anna.
We had the message anyway before
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Anna, thanks a lot for your call. Mark and Lewis. Sorry. I have to put my brain back in. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Hello, yes. Long-time listener, first time to caller, actually verbally to you guys.
Oh, great, good, welcome.
Well, yeah, I love your work, but the climate change thing,
it may come across as a conspiracy theory, but we've been in this universe now for 13 billion years. Planet's been here for 5 billion years. We've only been here for 5, and the Industrial Revolution only happened 100 years ago. How obnoxious is it to feel that in that 100 years, 150 years at max, that our carbon excretions have affected the globe in such a way that it is such a problem?
Well, Mark, all that I would say to that is there's a wealth of science out there that would argue completely against you. And look, irrespective of whether you believe this is climate change or not, and I fundamentally disagree with you because I think it is induced by industrial emissions of carbon, and I think we do need to decarbonise. Even if you disagree, the point of the question is, do you believe that Just Stop Oil are actually having an impact? Because the Labour opposition that could be in government soon are listening to them.
Yeah, but the point is that before oil, we were a hemp-based society. Everything we did was hemp-based. And then some bloke discovered this little black liquid coming out of the ground.
Right.
And, what can I do with this? It was absolutely worthless. He then spent millions of dollars on convincing everybody that, we need the gas and we need the oil. And
I hear you, Mark. I hear you, Mark. But look, I think you're making the point that from what I'm hearing, Mark, you're not really buying into the whole, this is like man-made induced climate change, and that's perfectly fine. You're entitled to your view. I disagree with it, but thank you for your call. Ben in Haringey, good afternoon.
Hello. I think that Just Stop Oil is justified because there is a route path to just stopping oil. And you were saying you've spoken to lots of experts, including Dieter Helm. I think the experts that you've spoken to are quite partial, including Dieter Helm, who a lot of people would take issue with.
Why are they partial?
Well, because you're not representing the perspective that actually sees decarbonisation as happening quite quickly.
No, Ben, sorry. No. Sorry, before you go on, I'm sorry, I totally fundamentally disagree with you. What I'm saying is, I'm not arguing about decarbonisation. I'm fully on board with a decarbonisation agenda and plan. What I'm saying is that simply just not having any more new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea and then still taking in oil and gas from liquefied natural gas from Qatar, to me, is virtue signalling. Unless the Labour opposition is going to tell me, and other people like you are going to tell me, that you're willing to prevent all oil and gas coming into this country from outside this country, then I'll take you seriously. Until then, I won't.
Well, oil and gas are going to be something that we have to use sort of as an intermediate fuel.
Exactly.
In between where we are now.
Yeah, so why not use our own? Yeah, why not use our own? Exactly the point.
Because the IPCC says that extracting more oil and gas from the planet is not compatible with life on Earth.
So how do you justify taking it from Qatar then and not ours, not in the North Sea? How do you justify that?
The objective needs to be that we decarbonise quickly. Now that means instead of putting up blocks and making it difficult and complicated for people to put solar panels on their roof, for developers to get connected to the grid, to build interconnectors between the UK and other countries, to do all the things that we need to do to speed up, to ramp up the offshore and onshore wind programs, instead of putting up barriers to all those and arguing and saying, yes, but we also want to dig out more oil. Instead of doing that, you focus on what the actual objective is.
I think we all focus on the actual objective,
lots of countries have done.
Yeah, but Ben, we are focused on the actual objective. As I said, until you solve the issue of baseload power through battery storage or hydrogen or nuclear power, massively ramping it up, which takes years to build, by the way, and is often over cost and over budget, then we can have a proper conversation. I'm not disagreeing with you about decarbonising. I'm just saying I don't like this virtue signalling. Unless you're telling me we're not going to take any more oil and gas from any other country into this country, then I'd agree with you. But you're not. So therefore, I just think it's completely crackers. But thanks for your call. Phil in Swansea, just quickly fit you in, Phil. You've got 1 minute. Go.
Oh, thank you. Right. 3 hour lectures in 1 minute.
Sorry, apologies.
Just a couple of points. Firstly, every wheeled vehicle uses wheel bearings, which have to be lubricated with an oil-based lubricant. That includes delivery lorries, ambulances, all the rest of it. And also wind turbines can't be lubricated with margarine, for example. There has to be an oil-based lubricant. So if you do away with... look at these cargo ships. You can't run them on, sunflower oil. So if you do away with them, which you would do if you do away with all, you have to do away with imports like tea and coffee, certain pharmaceuticals which you get from abroad and all sorts, cotton, for example, you'd have to go without that. So if you do away with all, essentially the world will come to a grinding halt, literally.
Yeah.
And figuratively.
Well, I think, Phil, I think you made the point well. I mean, you hear that there's disagreement within the last hour on this particular point, but it's been a fascinating discussion. I'm sorry I couldn't take more of your calls. We'll have to do another call in on it again soon. Thanks a lot for all your thoughts on that particular one. Now, I want to turn in the next hour to the NHS, and I want to get our little LBC think tank going with all of you about how we fix the NHS issue. We know that we've got the NHS workforce plan that the government has said that it's still going to announce, but it's not clear yet. And Steve Barclay has said about these 40 new hospitals, it's not quite clear if they're new or not new. So my question to you is a simple one. How on earth do we fix the NHS?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, polls have closed in Turkey's presidential election runoff. President Erdogan is hoping to extend his 20 years in power, but neither he or his opposition candidate, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, reached a majority in the first round of voting 2 weeks ago. Victoria Craig is a freelance journalist in Turkey. She told LBC President Erdogan has a legacy of high inflation.
Who support the opposition say, with the economy and the state that it's in, it's time for a new leader. And to put that into context, inflation topped out at 85.5% last October. It's at 44% officially.
Downing Street's working on plans that would see supermarkets sign up to voluntary price caps for some essential goods. The cost of products like bread and milk would be fixed under the proposals. A 5-year-old girl has died in a house fire in Pembrokeshire. Emergency services were called to a property in the Ponta Glacier area shortly before 10 o'clock last night. Despite their efforts, Alicia Salisbury died at the scene. She's been described by her family as a beautiful daughter and sister. The cause of the fire is not yet known. Adverts warning people they face being detained and removed if they cross the English Channel in small boats are being published in Albania. The campaign will try to deter migrants from making the journey. 4 MPs, including a government minister, have claimed money for driving fines on their expenses. The parliamentary watchdog is demanding the 3 Conservatives and 1 SNP member repay the cash. Hugo Guy is political editor of the I newspaper. He told LBC what the 4 did.
While travelling as part of their official duties, they've been caught speeding. They've then tried to argue, because it was part of their official duties, they should therefore be reimbursed by the taxpayer. They have now apologised, and the expenses regulator has said that they should never have been allowed to do it.
Another English rail franchise has been effectively nationalised. TransPennine Express, which connects the northeast of England with Leeds, Liverpool and Manchester, has been brought under government control after rises in cancellations and delays. Carlisle have secured their return to Sky Bet League One after 9 years. They won a penalty shootout 5-4 after the playoff final with Stockport had finished 1-1. LBC weather, dry overnight with clear spells, a chance of grass frost in Scotland and a low of 4 degrees. Dry tomorrow with the best of the sunshine in the west, some cloud further east where it may feel chilly, a high of 20 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 2 minutes past 5, and I wanted to, in this hour, explore with you a very important topic, which is the NHS, and particularly because there are lots of NHS-related stories around today. You know that the 75th anniversary of the NHS is coming up imminently, and we had the Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, on the airwaves and TV this morning, talking about the NHS workforce plan, which it's been mooted for some time that there would be a workforce plan outlining what we need in the medium to long term within the NHS. But again, it's been kicked into the long grass, and there's no clear idea of when the timing is going to be on that coming out, partly because it's going to cost money, and money is tight at the moment. We've had 400 billion of borrowing for COVID and 2.4 trillion of public debt. So I understand that the government's in a bit of a quandary on this, but there is no workforce plan that's been clearly articulated at the moment. And add to that, the fact that this promise that was made for 40 new hospitals by 2030 is also totally unclear. I know that the Health Secretary was trying to make out and give the impression that there is a huge amount of capital investment going into the NHS, and I understand that and I empathise with it, and I think that's very, very welcome. But he was consistently asked about this topic, and here is the Health Secretary this morning when asked whether the government will meet its target of having 40 new hospitals up and running by 2030.
There'll be 40 new hospitals in line with the announcement in 2020, where there was a number of cohorts 2, 3 and 4. The cohort 1 schemes were already underway. Those schemes will now proceed. The cohort 2 schemes, for example...
You're not quite telling me that they'll be ready by 2030.
Well, I think I'm being clear. There will be 40 schemes complete by 2030. They will include the 5 RAC hospitals. There were some within the list that will be part of a rolling... but that's because 5 have been added to the 40.
Well, if you understood that, call in and let me know, because I didn't, to be honest. But let me just put out some issues out there for you to think about, because my question to you is, how can the NHS be fixed? That's what I want to understand, because no politician of either side of the political spectrum has actually been able to articulate a long-term plan for the NHS. We've been at this for years. And we know that the NHS is the closest thing we have got to a national religion. We know that, according to the last census, only 45% of people in this country identify as Christian. Well, I can tell you that still, if you ask people what the closest thing to a national religion would be, it would be the NHS. And I speak as someone on this whose mother was an NHS doctor for over 40 years. So I yield to no one in my admiration for the NHS. I've used the NHS multiple times in my own life, thankfully never hugely seriously, but it does a massive service to the country, and we should all understand and recognise that. However, public satisfaction with the NHS is at an all-time low. Only 29% of people out there think it's actually fit for purpose and doing a good job right now. That is not a happy place to be for any government. So I want you to call me and tell me how we can fix the NHS on 0345 6060 973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Now, let me just give you a flavour of some of the things that have been going on in the NHS at the moment. So I talked about the NHS workforce plan, which the government is meant to be coming out with imminently. The government's been accused by opposition MPs of broken promises, delay, and we're still waiting for this plan to come out. And indeed, former Minister Sir Edward Lee said in the Commons in January, what is our long-term plan? We can't leave the Labour Party to have a long-term plan, and we don't. So that's one question. What is the long-term NHS workforce plan? But there are other questions as well. You heard that clip about Steve Barclay, the Health Secretary, being challenged on whether it is indeed 40 new hospitals or not by 2030. Frankly, as a user, I don't really care if they're new hospitals or not. I want state-of-the-art equipment. I want an NHS that works. And patently at the moment, it doesn't work. So you can have an arcane debate about whether it's 40 or whether it's 35 or whether it's an extension or whether it's a refurbishment and what counts as what. What I'm more interested in personally is the system and whether it works for people or not. Now, I've read a lot about the NHS in recent months, and indeed this week you can see that on the front page of the Economist newspaper, their front cover is "How to Fix the NHS. Money will help, but a radical shift in focus is more important," says the Economist newspaper. And it says Britons are prouder of their healthcare system than they are of the monarchy. But when the English National Health Service turns 75 in July, the mood will not be celebratory. Hospital waiting lists in England spiral beyond 7 million, forcing many to wait months or years for treatment. Almost 300,000 adults are waiting for a social care assessment, and a record 2.5 million Britons are out of work because they are sick. And it just goes on and gets worse from there. If you actually look at the NHS and how it's actually delivering for people or not delivering, we have some of the worst 5-year survival rates for killer diseases in any of the rich countries. And you look at things like lung and colon and breast cancers, we fare much, much worse than others. Our life expectancy is lagging behind other rich countries. 7 out of 10 Britons now agree that their beloved NHS is broken. And there's a whole issue around this about what we do to fix things. I mean, a report in 2020 by the National Audit Office found that Britain invested the least capital, when we're talking about buildings here and equipment and all these kind of things, the least capital of any developed nation, and less than our comparators like the French and the Germans, for example. We know that nurses are on strike, or at least some of the nurses are on strike. The Royal College of Nursing refused that pay offer of 5% and the bonus, so that's continuing. We know that the junior doctors are looking for 35%. I think that's a ridiculous claim to make, by the way, but I understand and empathise with the fact that they have had below inflation pay rises in real terms cuts for many, many years now. And when you've got inflation running at 8.7%, things are really, really tough out there, particularly for junior doctors. So I get that. I just think you need to be practical about these things. But that's a discussion for another time. So you've got staffing issues, you've got retention issues, you've got capital investment issues, and then you've got issues around the waiting list, which is over 7 million at the moment. And sometimes I think to myself, are we being too tough on the government here? Should we be a bit reasonable? We've had a COVID pandemic, for heaven's sake, which was a once-in-a-100-year event that put a huge amount of stress on the NHS. Should we cut the government some slack here? Of course there is going to be a spike in NHS waiting lists. Of course there was. What did we expect? The NHS it was all about trying to keep the NHS from keeling over, which thankfully it did not do, just about. But the other thing, and let's be honest about this, is that if we want Scandinavian levels of healthcare, then let's not try and pretend we can do that with American levels of investment and taxation. Now, we do spend a shed load of money on the NHS already, right? So I put this caveat out there. We spend about 190 billion quid a year, the largest day-to-day spending, accounting for about 40% of all day-to-day spending. So a lot of money is being spent. But money alone is not the answer. And as Sajid Javid, the former health secretary, said himself, he was always told that you need to reform the NHS without touching it. I mean, how on earth can we do that? And I've got to be encouraged, actually. I've got to say that I'm encouraged by Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting, the Labour shadows, saying that reform has to be part of this solution. Labour's come out with its own plans about bringing back a target culture and meeting the NHS targets. And I remember spending 12 hours overnight in Watford General Hospital observing doctors and nurses at work in A&E back in 2005, and they were always focused on the 4-hour waiting time target in A&E and not breaching it. And there were boards up there, there were writing things up there, don't breach the 4-hour target. So targets do have an impact, and they focus the mind, and they're all being missed at the moment on every single level. So Starmer has said that he's going to focus on targets. So look, there are different elements here. It could be money, it could be investment, it could be staffing, retention, morale, all of these things. But fundamentally for me, the NHS on any reform programme has to begin with one very simple person or people at its heart, and that is the patient. This is all inputs driven, it's not patient driven. And I honestly think in so many aspects of our lives, we can order a car whenever we want, we can order food on apps when we want, we can order tickets online when we want for various things. But when it comes to our healthcare, we have this antiquated system that's built around the operational system itself and not around choice and around the patient itself. So, my question to you is this, because we haven't had an answer from the politicians, because they can't think long term beyond a 4 to 5 year electoral horizon. So given the fact that we're being let down by the politicians, my appeal to you is this: the LBC think tank that we've just established for this hour. How do we fix the NHS. Call me on 0345 6060 973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Ian in West Drayton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali.
What would you like to say?
Well, there's two things, Ali. One sort of negative and one positive. I think the negative thing is all these right-wing think tanks, the IEA, the people who've gave us this trust saying we must have private insurance. I think that would be a very bad mistake because we get the US model private insurance where they spend double their GDP for the same outcomes. We wouldn't get the French or German model. So I think we've got to work with what we've got. And the second, more positive point is, I think we need to stop our obsession with hospital, building another hospitals, and concentrate on primary care, which only gets about 8%. But, you know, if you can prevent people and tackling that, you help. And what people forget is GPs, it's not only that they sort people, but they stop what I call the worried well getting to hospitals. You know, because there's certain people out there who are hypochondriacs and can take up a lot of resources, and the GPs are at the front line stopping them getting referred and blocking an appointment that someone really needs.
Well, do you think, Ian, that we've moved to, we call it the National Health Service, it's really a National Hospital Service. We're very focused on acute care, and we don't really focus on preventative care and dealing with underlying issues like obesity and all of these other issues that can lead to long-term problems like diabetes, heart disease and everything else.
Absolutely. Can I give you an example, Ali? I mean, dentistry, there's a lot of problems out. Luckily, I've got an NHS dentist. Right. But there's a lot of people out there. But for kids under 5, the biggest reason for hospitalisation is actual dental care.
Right.
So again, I mean, that's a bit of a killer fact that people ignore. So again, if you can get those basic dentistry, get those kids' teeth sorted early, they wouldn't be taking up time in hospital. It's a bit like with criminal justice. If you can stop people committing crime, you save a fortune on locking them up. So spending more on primary care and reinforcing that is the thing. And I think the government, to be fair, has that intention, but they're just not funding it. Because when you have the media on their case, it's always build another hospital rather than
this is the thing.
Build another health.
Well, this is why I don't want to get caught up, or I don't really think this is the real focus of the issue about whether it's 40 hospitals or 35. I'm more concerned about the issue. I think you've raised a very important one. But what do you feel, Ian, about this argument and proposal that has been sort of floated by the Labour Party that there should be more focus put on pharmacies? Because it's not like as if pharmacists are twiddling their thumbs around here. I mean, I know that they were doing COVID injections and things when we needed them to, but you can't get a healthcare on the cheap. I mean, do you think there is something in that trying to push it more to pharmacies in terms of simpler care offers, and also allowing patients to directly refer themselves to consultants and to specialists without bothering their GPs for certain things?
Well, I think there's two things there. I think the strategy's right. Using more pharmacy primary care is fine, but it ain't going to work unless you can have more pharmacists. So again, as you say, GPs, dentists, they're not just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. They're overworked. So you need to recruit, retain. So that's one. Second, my issue with direct referrals from, which would take pressure off the GP, is this worried well. I mean, you have middle-class people referring themselves, tying up consultants. It's like, you have vexatious litigants, people who go to law when they've got no case. There's danger that with patients, and again, the whole concept about putting the patient first is all very well. Yep. But what do you do for those that are elbowing their way to the front of the queue when some poor, people who are less able to play the system are elbowed out of the way? So that you need safeguards in there if there's a system like that.
Indeed. Look, great call, Ian. Thank you very much indeed for getting us underway. Peter says 40 new schemes is not the same as 40 new hospitals, ! Evasive and mealy-mouthed. That's Peter in Bexley. And Dawn in Bromsgrove says, under the Labour government, NHS highest satisfaction ever, under Conservatives, lowest satisfaction ever. Doesn't take a genius to understand the root of the problem. Well, Dawn, I think you might have a fair point there. They have had 13 years to sort out some of these problems, and we're in a worse position than we've ever been, with public satisfaction in the doldrums. Not a happy position for any government to be in, quite frankly. So, how can the NHS be fixed? Call me on 0345 60 60973, text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. You can even ask Alexa if Alexa's got a view on the NHS. I'm sure Alexa's supremely well informed on everything. So do ask Alexa. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 5:70.
This is LBC.
Get a new integrated appliance and get installation for half price from markselectrical.co.uk. home of big-name kitchen appliances, all this month, Marks Electrical are offering half-price installation on selected Bosch, Neff and Siemens integrated appliances. And they offer fast, free delivery too, though T's and C's do apply. Find out more and shop their range of Bosch, Neff and Siemens appliances at markselectrical.co.uk. Why wouldn't you?
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Paint your walls a shade that'll get your neighbours staring. At Wickes, get Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion. Was £21, now 16. Be house proud with Wickes. Terms apply.
New is exciting. New destinations. New tastes and smells. New conversations. New landings. New beginnings. The future is pink. Last year, Wizz Air flew over 45 million passengers across our network. That's miles of smiles. Fly from London to over 80 destinations with Wizz Air and discover your unique journey. Check out wizzair.com. Dream more, live more, be more. Wizz Air.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
The Vodafone sale is now on. Save an impressive £216 with the Samsung Galaxy S23. Now just £37 per month and £29 up front. Available on our reliable, award-winning network. Hurry, the sale ends 1st of June.
Save £216 on 8 gig airtime plan. CPI plus 3.9% credit check. Verifications and terms at vodafone.co.uk/mobile. Credit by Vodafone.
Let your imagination run wild at Disney's The Lion King. Exploding with glorious colours, stunning effects and enchanting music. Watch in awe as the majesty of the Serengeti comes to life all around you. Right in the heart of London's West End. Discover more at thelionking.co.uk.
Fancy a fever tree? In a glass with ice? And rum? You thought I was going to say gin, didn't you? But I'm talking about Fever Tree ginger beer. Made from 3 gingers for that perfect blend of freshness, sweetness, and spiciness. Delicious with rum. Or on its own. Fever Tree ginger beer, mixed with the best. That spices things up.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. I'm asking you, how can we fix the NHS? If you're actually working in the NHS as a doctor or nurse or worker in some other capacity, I'd love to hear from you as well on this. Call me on 0345 6060 973. Text me on 84850. Tweet me out of this. You can even ask Alexa of you. But if you do ask Alexa, I can just tell you that my producer Ellie's freaking out because a lot of you are asking Alexa to send in comments and it's saying, hi Ellie, not hi Ali. So she was a bit concerned about that. But just make sure that you're clear when you're making, telling Alexa what you want to do. Stan in Welling Garden City, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi there. Let me just say, first of all, really enjoying your show today. It's
very generous of you. Thank you.
Content. I've got 2 main points. With any complex setup, whether it be the NHS or a modern car, there are so many elements in it which will stop the engine turning. I mean, it's obvious if you don't put fuel in it, the engine's going to stop. In the same way, if we underfund it, it's going to stop. What we really need to know is best performance for bucks. Now, the amount of money going in, we all know. What we seriously need to look at the other end of the telescope, the money going out of the NHS, because all the money that goes in doesn't stay there. They pay for all kinds of services. Now, some of them are obviously to buy new beds. I don't suggest the NHS should start making beds, etc., etc. However, some of the service contracts which they're entering into are absolutely beyond horrendous. I'm not going to start naming them now because it'll take far too long.
No, we need to be careful.
That's it. Yeah. So that they seriously need to be not only looked at, but published so that we can see this much was spent on medication, nurses, doctors, etc., and this much was spent on keeping the thing going.
Stan, what do you say? I hear you about spending and value for money. What do you say to people who make two other arguments? One is we should actually increase our taxes to pay more into the NHS. That's one. And the other one is that people should actually pay co-payments. So, for example, the richer people in society should actually contribute on demand to the NHS, so it won't be completely free at the point of use, just like you pay for subscriptions. Certain people do.
Yeah, I can hear that argument, but I would really like to see if we couldn't, with our ability, to just make the thing that much more efficient, because I promise you, it is possible. I really do. I mean,
we do spend a lot of money. We do spend a lot of money on it, don't we?
But what I'm saying, we should separate where that money's going out of the system.
I think that's a good point.
Great deal.
I think that's a good point. So go on, get your second point, go on.
Yeah, number two is that we need to find a way of separating the politicians away from any decision-making on the NHS.
Very interesting. Go on.
Because they all use the same statistics. It's not as if one lot have got one lot of statisticians and the other got another lot. They all have access to the same details, but they will decide to use them to their own ends to make sure they win in the next 4 or 5 years, like you've already said.
Stan, that is a very, very important issue that you've raised, because I think long-term thinking is one of the problems that we lack when it comes to the NHS, because everyone's thinking on a 4 to 5 year horizon. No one's thinking long term. It's a bit like what Mark Carney said when it came to thinking about climate change, which we discussed in the last hour, that it's called the tragedy of the horizon. People aren't thinking long term. So maybe we need to take this out and make it more apolitical. I'm not sure how that's going to happen, but I think that's probably what we need. Stan, thank you very much indeed for your call. Naomi in Sheffield, good afternoon.
Hiya. Hi, Ali. Nice to speak to you.
Likewise, Naomi.
Hi. So my point is that we can't, as a nation, we can't afford our NHS on the taxes that we currently pay. Yeah.
Right.
I'm a higher rate taxpayer, but I know at some point, don't ask me at which point, but at some point I stopped paying national insurance contributions on my income. And also pensioners don't pay national insurance contributions on their income, no matter how much their pension is. So I don't think our NHS is currently affordable as we want it to be with the current funding that we give it. And I absolutely know that it's a huge proportion of public spending. So I actually think in order for the NHS to survive, the higher rate taxpayers and, dare I say it, pensioners with private pensions should actually pay national insurance contributions to give the funding to the NHS that it requires. And then I think with that money, the first thing I would do is actually give the junior doctors a 15% pay rise. I would fund the places that we need in universities for doctors and nurses. And then I would go with the Labour policy alongside that, obviously, of reforming to get it more efficient.
Well, I would certainly, I think that's a very interesting idea, Naomi, about, look, I would actually provide, I would cover the tuition fees for doctors and nurses in hospital, because I think one of the key issues is here that you're trying to encourage people to come into the profession, but they're coming out saddled with debt. This is we have got a real problem with retention here. We've also got a problem with people being attracted to go to other countries. Exactly, and people being attracted to go to Australia. But where I slightly disagree with you, Naomi, just slightly, is that I don't think simply pouring money endlessly into the NHS is working. In fact, even Wes Streeting, and this is where he's the Labour shadow. I agree. But Naomi, why? Okay, but Naomi, look, what he said, Wes Streeting has said, and I quote, We've got to stop the obsession with simply pouring more money into hospitals. We have to think about what primary care system looks like, and if we grab the mantle of that reform, there is no reason why we can't turn the situation around. Now, one other thing I'll say, Naomi, is this. You mentioned about national insurance contributions from richer people and pensioners. Do you remember that before Liz Truss came in for that little, what can we call it, sojourn in government, right? or disaster, right? We were meant to be increasing our national insurance contributions by 1.25% to deal with the social care issue to get people out of hospital.
We should have gone ahead of it.
Well, people were having a hissy fit about it, Naomi. People were having a hissy fit.
Sometimes we have to ride out the hissy fit.
Well, on that, you and I agree. On that, you and I agree.
It's the only thing that Boris Johnson has ever done that I actually agree with. I could pay more. There's a lot of people in my situation that can pay more, and they count in the face of people saying, we can't do this, we can't do this, we can do this. We can afford it.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because I think that the issue was that people are struggling with the cost of living at the moment. Lots of people up and down the country are suffering. I understand.
I'm not saying.
No,
I'm
I
not
understand.
saying anyone on.
Sure, you're making a distinction.
Rate or average pay should actually have to pay more. What I'm saying is, there's a lot of people in this country with higher incomes, and yes, of course, I felt it too.
I know, but Naomi, a lot of those people would say that they are actually going to private GPs paying 400 quid a pop to go and see them and actually going to have their healthcare done privately. Now, you could argue that we have a two-tier system coming up from the back door on this, but all I would say is on this national insurance thing, and I understand what you're saying, that people with a broader shoulder should pay. All I'll say is this, that one of the fundamental problems the NHS has is bed blocking in hospitals, because you can't get people out into social care, either at home, who can be provided for there with social care, or into care homes, and that is causing massive bed blocking. And for the first time in years, a government, and I'm not a fan of Boris Johnson, but at least he had the wherewithal to understand that that issue had to be dealt with, and yet, when the government came up with a plan to address it, everyone had a meltdown. And I get you, Naomi, we need to move beyond the hissy fit. Thank you very much indeed for your call. So, how can the NHS be fixed? Call me on 0345 6060 973, text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC at 5:30, the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
Votes are being counted in Turkey's presidential runoff. Reports in the country suggest incumbent President Recep Erdogan has an early lead. Downing Street's working on plans that could see supermarkets sign up to voluntary price caps for some essential goods. The cost of products like bread and milk would be fixed under the proposals. LBC weather, dry overnight with clear spells, a chance of a grass frost in Scotland and a low of 4 degrees.
This is LBC.
How much of London can you get for £8.10?
Head north to work. Morning. Back south to meet mates. West for open mic. And a house party back east.
Get unlimited trips all day long by tube, bus and train for £8.10 with our daily fare capping in zones 1 and 2. Do more of what you love. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Always use the same card or device when touching in and out. Terms and conditions apply. For more info, visit tfl.gov.uk/fares.
We got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
Selco Builders Warehouse. We've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In May, we've got Stone Market Natural Stone Paving Project Pack. So they
frustrates me because we're not the same as... And obviously I know lots of agency nurses too that work really, really hard, and sometimes you feel, that...
I wasn't aware of the distinction between bank and agency nurses, Sandy. Can you just explain it in just very quickly what it is?
Yeah, it's just with the bank, you in the UK, it's generally most of the nurses work for a company called NHS Professionals.
Right.
So they're the biggest employer of NHS staff in the UK.
Yeah.
And then the agency nurses, a lot of the ones that do the hospital when they want to take on.
Yeah.
Say they're short on somebody's gone off sick and they can't cover it with a substantive, they put it out to the bank, which is linked to your trust.
Okay.
But they always choose a bank nurse over an agency nurse
because it's cheaper.
So it's
I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, and I also there's a piece out in the Independent saying that there are also going to be problems for the NHS because external workers, they're talking about agency staff rather than bank staff, Sandy, but I think it probably applies to you, are not going to be given the same pay deal of 5% as a lot of other NHS workers. Sandy, thank you very much indeed for your call. So I'm asking you, how can the NHS be fixed? This is on the back of the Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, doing a tour of the studios today, not talking about when the NHS workforce plan is going to come out, because he's still not told us exactly when it's going to come out. I do have some sympathy because he's probably trying to get more money out of the Treasury from Jeremy Hunt, given all the financial problems we have. And he also was asked about these 40 new hospitals, which it's a very grey as to whether they are 40 or 35 or whatever the number is. I, frankly, am not so concerned about that. I'm more concerned about how we reform the NHS to work properly in this country and for it to be centred around the patient for once. I honestly feel that we've got this completely the wrong way round. So how can the NHS be fixed? Call me on 0345 60 60973, text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 5:45.
This is LBC.
In a crisis, service matters. You need an energy supplier you can trust. Which surveyed more than 10,000 energy customers. They independently reviewed the performance of every major supplier. Their in-depth assessment covered customer service, support for those in need, and how well companies dealt with complaints. Only one measured up. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy. Recommended by Which, 6 years running.
Meet Sarah. Hi there. Sarah's pranged her car miles from home, and she's not sure if her insurance covers getting back. Thankfully, Aviva can help solve this car insurance conundrum. If you've had an accident and your car's not safe to drive, we'll get you safely home. You'll have your feet up in no time, Sarah. Thank goodness. Helping solve your car insurance puzzles, it takes Aviva. Get a quote today at aviva.co.uk. Onward travel arrangements on comprehensive cover. Geographical restrictions apply.
The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale is on right now, and you can save on every range. Whatever your style, find furniture for every room. And whether you choose a new bed, a gorgeous dining table, or a comfy sofa, they're always built to last. So don't miss out. Get great savings on furniture with lasting value you can trust. Only in the Bank Holiday Sale at Oak Furnitureland. Ends Monday.
Are rising costs forcing you into unaffordable debt? An individual voluntary arrangement from Credit Fix could help. Write off up to 81% of your unsecured debt with manageable repayments and or interest and charges frozen. With over 14,000 five-star reviews on Trustpilot, Credit Fix could help you to a brighter financial future. Just text DEBT to 66777. Text DEBT to 66777 now. Terms apply. May not be suitable for all. Can affect credit rating. Free advice at moneyhelper.org.uk.
Protect your devices with one of the UK's most trusted cybersecurity solutions. Rated excellent on Trustpilot. ESET Digital Security. Progress protected.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times, do things feel a little constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE. Full fiber broadband. Powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
I'm Julius Caesar, an emperor, not a tradesperson. But if I was, I'd be on Checkatrade.
8 out of 10 homeowners surveyed would choose a tradesperson from Checkatrade over one that isn't. And they guarantee jobs for a year. Book your job today at up to £1,000. T's and C's apply.
There it is, sat round doing nothing. That old lump sum. But what if you could get it moving with a Shawbrook savings account? Suddenly, it's looking healthier. It finally got off its AER. So stand up and take notice of our notice accounts. Bond with our fixed-rate bonds, or take it easy with easy access. Save smarter, not harder, with Shawbrook. Spark your interest today at shawbrook.co.uk. Shawbrook Bank is authorised by the Prudential Regulation Authority and regulated by the FCA and PRA.
It's the last few days of the Furniture Village sale. Your last chance for final reductions on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining. So is style and quality this good? There's only one place to go this bank holiday. Don't miss the last few days of the Furniture Village sale.
In a crisis, service matters. Octopus Energy is the only Which recommended energy supplier. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which 6 years running.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 5:49. I'm asking you, how can the NHS be fixed? Alison, I'll come to your call in just a second. Medina from Folkestone says, make the NHS a cross-party responsibility so that we can plan more than 5 years ahead. I agree with you there. And Betty from North Yorkshire says, in the early 80s, I trained as a nurse in a group of hospitals. Total 1,200 beds. That region now has 395 beds. There are not enough beds. End of. Alison in Sutton, good afternoon.
Hello there, hi. First of all, I missed you at 4 o'clock this morning. Was quite surprised to hear you. Anyway,
very sweet.
But I'm still here.
Yeah.
Bit nervous, so please bear with me.
Of course.
One of the things I think has been ignored is procurement in the NHS. The NHS pays an awful lot more than it needs to for basic things.
Yeah.
How can I put it? As I said to the chap that answered the phone, look, give me your money, i.e. government money. I won't care how I spend it. It's not mine. Give me my money, I will spend it more carefully. So, for example, I mean, I've no idea of the cost of what have you, but say, for example, the NHS might, say, pay, I don't know, £30 a box for surgical gloves, but in fact they cost £5. I work for a company who does supply NHS with foodstuffs as a part of it. And I know that NHS do not pay bottom dollar. They have, the NHS as a whole should be able to command the lowest prices.
Yep.
Purely on the volume they buy.
Yep. But they don't. I mean, what's stopping that?
No.
What's stopping that?
You tell me. I don't know whether it's because we've split them into area health authorities, etc., or whether whether it is casual, casual financing. It's not my money. Maybe they're on a target.
Well, I think this is a theme, Alison, that's been coming out in some of the calls here about some of the procurement policies and also more generally use of staff. We just heard a caller about bank staff and about pay and all of these things.
Agency staff.
Exactly, and agency staff and how they're not being paid. They're being paid lower. I think there's a whole issue around procurement and clubbing together of different NHS trusts.
The NHS is actually paying out in agency.
I know it's because because we're not training enough nurses to come in, and part of that, in my view, should be that we should pay their fees for university if they need to go to university. I think a lot of them could actually do apprenticeships. I think that's a good thing that the government's done. Alison, thank you very much for your call. Malcolm in Bodmin. Diolch, how are you?
Excellent, Ali. A fantastic show.
Thank you.
The best show on radio, I think, my friend. So, Ali, the first thing I would do is you know the number one rule in the health club, Ali, don't you, yeah?
Yep, go on.
You do no harm. So
absolutely, that's true. Yep.
The first thing I would do is I would make the Secretary of State and all health ministers take the Hippocratic Oath, and they should face all the same sanctions as doctors if they do anything that does harm. I think that the government we've got now has done incredible harm. Ali, a causation and a correlation. If you look at the best times in history that the NHS has performed, it'll be times when the most amount of funding has gone into the NHS. Both of those things, causation and correlation, linked with money. Ali, what we should do, the government should do, and let's not make things too hard for them because they're suffering at the moment. Let's make our health system, say, the 4th, 5th best in the world. Let's not go for first because that would be a huge task for the government we've got. And they've only got a year in which to do it or so. So what I would do, Ali, you said it's not all about money, so on and so forth. It is, because the starting point should be, as you said, patience. And each patient or the patients should have the highest proportion of doctors per patient in the world to be the best in the world. We should have the highest proportion of nurses, the highest money investment per population, per head of equipment. The money spent on the estate should be the highest per population.
True, but Malcolm, we also need prevention, which is what the Labour Party's talking about. So it's not a national hospital service, it's a national health service.
No, Ali, it's the health service as we know it is the hospital service. The GP service is what you're talking about. And for me, they will all be separate. Primary care and hospital care are two very different things.
Interesting point.
And my thing is, Ali, we at the moment are 10th in the world. If you look at the first scale I came to on Google.
we're spending above the OECD average, and we're spending 190 billion a year. It's about 40% of our day-to-day expenditure, Malcolm. And even the Labour Party, right? Even the Labour Party are saying, which I was quite surprised at, to be fair, that throwing money at the problem is not the only answer, Malcolm.
That, Ali, is all about West Streeting, and I've got concerns about West Streeting. Quick two examples. I think he's more antagonistic to the BMA than the Tories. Then there was a programme on one of the shows last week. A lady phoned in, and she was in mental health, and she worked in the private sector, and she was most perturbed because mental health practitioners in the private health sector are paying VAT, and she was most disturbed about that. So West Streeting and Labour have said we're going to remove VAT exemption on education. West Streeting said I'll go away and I'll look at whether we can remove VAT from mental health. So it's such a confusing message.
I hear you.
But to your question on health, Ali, it is all about money, and it's all about the number of beds. Beds cost money, and nurses per bed.
I hear you. Malcolm, you've made the point very eloquently. I disagree with you that it's all about money. I think money's an important part, and I think we spend plenty, but I think it's more about other things as well, and reforms. And that's why I'm trying to tease them out with you. Chris in Hazelmere in Surrey, good afternoon.
Hi, Ali.
Yes, what would you like to say, Chris?
I gather you're the son of a GP.
No, my mother was a paediatrician.
I'm an ex-GP.
Oh, so fantastic, Chris. Welcome.
And now I'm elderly, so my wife's disabled, and I know about that side too. And I've got two main areas that I'd like to discuss with you.
Sure.
I think you keep emphasising how the fundamental reform is what's required. That's what everybody always says. We need to change it. It's not we. It's the Department of Health and the Minister of Health.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about it. It's an incredibly complex system.
Yep. So are you saying, Chris, that actually the health secretary should be a doctor or a nurse or someone who's
he should be somebody with a broad experience of both the medical side and the patient side.
But he's got the chief medical officer. He's got civil servants around him. I mean, isn't that the way the system works? I mean,
the civil service is part of the problem. They have to cope with the complexity as well. They perhaps are more aware of the complexity than the minister is.
Yes.
But even they don't know what happens at the sharp end, because they're really just sitting in an office. It's somebody like myself or any patient who knows what happens when you actually go to a doctor. Now, my first thing is about general practice. Somehow the GPs have managed to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, and they've become part-timers, and they've opted out, which they were suddenly allowed to do, of nighttime work and weekends, so that they just work during the day, and they're not working at weekends. So that's when everybody gets ill. So they naturally put more stress on the hospitals.
Yes, no, indeed, I hear you. I mean, Chris, I think it's very interesting the point you make about leading politicians, and particularly in the health area, being qualified in that area. I think it's an interesting concept, because we have all sorts of jobs being done by politicians which have no experience whatsoever. I mean, the Justice Secretary typically is a lawyer, but you have a Chancellor who may not have any economic training at all. So it's an interesting one. Look, what a fascinating discussion. That's why I wanted to get our LBC little think tank underway. Because I tell you, if any senior civil servants or government ministers are listening, including the Health Secretary, you've heard some great examples there of some ideas to reform the health system. Now, I wanted to focus on something else for the last hour, which is the Conservatives are facing electoral time bomb because millennial voters regard them as dishonest, incompetent and out of touch. A think tank has said that people are not becoming more conservative as they get older. Will the Tories' neglect of the under-40s cost them their next election?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, counting is underway in Turkey's presidential election runoff. President Erdogan is hoping to extend his 20 years in power. Neither he nor the opposition candidate, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, reached a majority in the first round. Nick Baird served as the UK ambassador to Turkey from 2006 to 9 and says the result is hard to predict.
Turkey, of course, is partly the Erdogan Anatolian working class culture, and it's partly Western facing and it's partly Kurdish. You have that split, with some wanting change, but some regarding him very much the hero who should continue.
2 men in their 20s have died after being pulled from the sea off the coast of Devon. Police and Coast Guard teams were called to reports of 2 people in trouble off Oddicombe yesterday morning. Ukraine's capital has been subjected to the largest drone attack since the start of the war. Russia launched a 5-hour attack on Kyiv overnight with Iranian-made drones. 1 person's been killed and 3 injured. Today marks the anniversary of the city's official founding. And Denis Ganza, Ukrainian youth delegate to the UN, who serves on President Zelensky's Youth Affairs Council, told LBC Ukrainians are doing their best to celebrate.
5 hours alarm, which was, of course, a hard night. But despite all, today Kyiv turns more than 100,500 years old, and I see a lot of smiling faces. People are still celebrating, and people are trying to continue their life.
Sir Keir Starmer is expected to announce shortly plans to block all new North Sea oil and gas developments and limit borrowing to green investment only if Labour wins the next election. Chloe Naldred is a spokesperson for Just Stop Oil. She told LBC if Sir Keir does announce this as a policy, it will prove their message is getting through and having a big impact at the top level of politics.
I think Keir Starmer is doing absolutely everything that he can to get himself elected, and he would not be making big policy decisions that he didn't think were going to play well with voters. So I think what this shows is that Just Stop Oil has significantly moved on the national conversation about no new oil and gas.
A government minister and 3 other MPs have been told to repay money after claiming it for motoring fines on their expenses. Parliament's Standards Watchdog says it will block such claims in future. They'd argued they picked up the fines as part of their work. LBC weather, dry overnight with clear spells. There is a chance of a grass frost in Scotland, a low of 4 degrees. Dry tomorrow with the best of the sunshine in the west. Some cloud further east where it could feel chilly. A high of 20 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
It's Ali Mirage. It's 2 minutes past 6. A very good evening to you if you're just joining us. I want to cover in this final hour a piece that's out in today's Sunday Times entitled "Millennials are creating an electoral time bomb for the Tories. Let me give you a flavour of what this piece is saying. It's got a very interesting picture of Rishi Sunak lying back on what can only be described as a bomb, basically, with its fuse lit. And it says, the Tories are facing an electoral time bomb because millennial voters regard them as dishonest, incompetent and out of touch. According to a report, this report by the Onward think tank says that millennials, and by millennials we mean people who are aged 27 to 41. We know that baby boomers are aged 59 to 77, Gen Z 10 to 26, and the older generation, which I'm in the 40s. This report by Onward says they are the first generation that has not become more conservative with a small c as they've got older. This is because millennials, aged 25 to 40, are already the most numerous group in 51% of parliamentary seats. Also, they're outnumbering Generation X, the 41 to 55-year-olds, and also the baby boomers. And they outnumber Generation X in 2/3 of the seats as well. So now this is quite interesting, because I've always felt that this would be an electoral time bomb for the Tories, and it looks like Onward, the think tank, has found exactly the same thing. And if you actually look and consider why this is happening, I just want you to ponder on this. If you're a young person at the moment in Britain today, under 40, capitalism in a capitalist society, and I'm an unashamed capitalist, by the way, not in the sense that I don't believe that inequality should run rampant in a country. I do believe that there are problems with inequality in Britain today, and that needs to be reined in. And I think that people who should who are richer should pay higher taxes and all the rest of it. But I do believe that if you fundamentally believe in the principles of a capitalist society, that presupposes that you have some capital within it. Now, if you can't afford to buy a house, you can barely afford to buy your rent. You're now a part of Generation Boomerang, going back to live with your parents in your 20s and even 30s. You're struggling to pay your rent. You're struggling to put food on the table. You may even be struggling to keep a job and hold down a job with 0 hours contracts and all the other things. And you look at the older generation that has still got a triple lock on pensions and has got vast amounts of capital in many cases. I'm not saying that everyone in the country who's in the older generation is having a cushy life here. Certainly not. But if you look at generationally between the two, there is now a feeling, I think, that this could have become the new divide in British politics. In a way that Brexit was a divide, this could now become a new divide. The demographic divide, the age divide between younger voters under 40 and older voters over 40. And that, I think, is fascinating. So, my question to you is this. Will the Tories' neglect of the under 40s cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 6060 973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Joining me is Sebastian Payne, director of Onward, the think tank who released this report, which is going to be issued this week. Seb, I'm a huge fan of yours. Your book, Broken Heartlands, was a real page-turner, and also you have got your finger on the pulse when it comes to reading the currents and the vicissitudes of political trends. So, welcome to the programme. What does your report say, Seb?
Thanks very much, Ali. It's great to be on, and thank you for those kind words. So our report essentially has looked into this generation of millennials, and it's a term that's often used, and we focus on 25 to 40-year-olds, those who were born in the 1980s and the 1990s, and they're called millennials because they run up pretty much until the turn of the millennium. And we've looked at their political attitudes, what they think about life, what they think about party politics, and what we've essentially found is that they are the first generation cohort in history to not become more right-wing as they're getting older. And you can attribute that to all sorts of things. It can be housing, it can be jobs, it can be childcare, it can be pensions, you name it. But as you said at the beginning, this does create an electoral time bomb for the Conservative Party, because if these people aren't trending more rightward, they're not going to have a voting base in the future. So we've dug into their attitudes to figure out what they think about the world and why they're not becoming more right-wing and what can be done to rectify that.
Well, Seb, you've mentioned housing and childcare and jobs. When you did the analysis, and I think you've done some polling around this as well, or using polling that has been done around this area, what are the key causes? I mean, what is topping the list of concerns, or is it a multitude of factors?
In our report, which we've called The Missing Millennials, we've done a huge amount of new research on this topic, an 8,000-strong national poll, plus 4 focus groups in Basingstoke, Stourbridge and Middlesbrough, trying to get very different parts of the country together. And on the things they care about the most, millennials actually echo the rest of the population. They care about the economy, they care about the NHS, and they care about the environment. But they care significantly more about housing and about taxation. This is one of the key headline findings we found from the research, and we are calling millennials shy capitalists because on the surface, they look as if they have left-wing economic views. But once you dig into it a bit more, they actually believe it is better for individuals to keep their own taxation rather than government to take money and redistribute it. So we call them shy capitalists, riffing off the shy Tories thing of the early 1990s, to suggest that if you got the right message and the right economic policies, they could be amenable to voting Conservative. And the other thing that we found as well, of course, is that they really don't like the Conservative Party and the party's brand, but they do quite like Rishi Sunak. And we have actually found a 25-point bump on the Tory vote amongst 30 to 40-year-olds and a 20-point bump amongst 25 to 30-year-olds. So there's a lot of interesting stuff in there, but as you said, really is a warning for the Tories that you can't just let this thing slide.
Well, Seb, one of the things you write in the report is that the Tory brand lies in tatters, and you just mentioned that again. What on earth were the Tory party thinking over the last 13 years whilst it's been in power about where did they think this was going to go? I mean, surely they've taken their eyes off the ball, haven't they? I mean, anyone with half a brain cell could have worked out that if you're not making an offer to younger voters, those younger voters are going to be ones that are eventually going to come into a voting age and they're going to vote for you or not vote for you, depending on what the offer has been.
Well, I think, obviously, all political parties have to make choices about their voting coalitions, and the Conservatives have always tended to skew older, although, as we note in the report, in the 1987 general election, Margaret Thatcher won more votes, not just among our 25 to 40 demographic, but she won more votes than Labour amongst the 18 to 24-year demographic. So even in the lifetimes of a lot of people, there is a point where the Conservatives were winning more votes than Labour amongst those younger people. So it's not just a new thing, but coming to the last 13 years, fundamentally, I think that, we've come off the back of the financial crisis, which has totally upended the jobs market, the labour market, and put great strain on the housing market. So I think there's obviously been decisions that have been made, particularly, I would argue, with house building, that have created issues about where the voting coalition lands. And the alarm bell is not that young people are not voting Conservative, it's that as these young people are getting older, they're not drifting rightward. That's the thing the party needs to do. And I think what we're urging with this report is to say to the Conservatives, think about this now. It might not be a big factor in the election next year, but the election after that, it sure will be.
To what extent, Seb, is there regional variations? Did you pick up anything on that in the analysis, or is it pretty even across the country, this trend?
So obviously there is a difference between city versus towns, I would say. So I mentioned, we did some focus groups in Stourbridge and Middlesbrough and Basingstoke. And Basingstoke was obviously your outer London, sort of almost southeastern trend. And that was a place where childcare came up much more. Housing costs came up much more. Whereas in Stourbridge, in the Midlands and Middlesbrough in the northeast of England, jobs and salaries were a much bigger concern, which kind of reflects the national picture. Because obviously, as I said, millennials do have some unique traits, but many of them do also echo, the general national mood towards the Conservatives right now.
Yeah, and to what extent, Seb, because as I mentioned when I introduced you, I mean, you had your finger on the pulse completely on the Brexit vote and what the underlying currents were that led to that decision and how it divided the country and how the North reacted and the Red Wall, the previously Red Wall for Labour completely crumbled. Do you see that Brexit is part of this as well playing out now because younger voters tended to vote for Remain more? Is that playing a factor as well?
I think it obviously does, and this cultural element, I think, has created the brand issues for the Conservatives amongst millennials, that when they look at it, and our research has shown they find the party dishonest, out of touch, weak, doesn't stand up for people like me, whereas it's almost the opposite attributes for the Labour Party, they say are strong, stands up for people like me, has a vision for the country, and I think a lot of that reflects the cultural atmospherics or vibes, as you might say, that people have towards the two parties. And what we were trying to get at with this report is it about policy substance, or is it about the general vibes of what they feel towards the party? And for Tories, it's actually both, but I think it's actually easier to fix the policy thing than the vibes thing, and that comes back to the fact that I said at the beginning that one thing millennials do like a lot is Rishi Sunak.
Well, you also said, and I hear that, Seb, and Rishi Sunak he's just had his birthday. I think he's 43 now, isn't he? So he's on the cusp, if you like. So you would have hoped that he would be able to at least relate to or empathise with this group of voters. But you also suggest, Seb, that it might not be too late for the Conservatives to pull this back. How can they do that?
Well, I think obviously the government strategy at the moment is the 5-point plan, which is very much about saying, give us a hearing, we can be a competent government, we're delivering on our promises. Because after the chaos of the last year, Rishi Sunak rightly wants to say to us, look, just trust us to run the country. So I think that's the first thing they're doing now. But once you get progress on that, there obviously needs to be a bigger vision. What is Sunak's Britain? You could ask the same question, what is Starmer's Britain? And people might scratch their heads at both of those questions. But I do think ultimately, once you start to make headway on the economy, on inflation, on the NHS, on small boats, which is what the next 6 months is about for Mr. Sunak, then you've got to think about what is the vision for the future. And that's where we would like to see the government being much more ambitious, much bolder in terms of devolution of powers, in terms of investment in public services to stimulate growth, all manner of things that you can do that don't necessarily require huge amounts of extra money, because we know that is a constraint at the moment. So hopefully, once you get past this, there is a way through.
But Seb, just before I let you go, I want to just ask you on that tax point, because I found that fascinating, that you said that whilst culturally and on values, some of these younger millennial voters might not be where the Tories are on particular issues like immigration and things like this, they are in line with them on tax. So is the route to the narrow landing victory for the Conservative Party the same old adage of low taxes?
I think certainly there needs to be something on the tax offer, because you've got the older millennials are the ones who are starting to pick up higher earnings, and the ones who are getting dragged into the higher tax bracket. And you can see that's being a real issue. But I am pretty confident that come the next election, there will be some kind of tax offer from the Conservatives. And I think if it's an offer people can feel in their pocket and it's tangible, it'll work for the rest of the population. It might go some way to convincing those millennials too.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Seb. Fascinating discussion. That was Sebastian Payne, Director of Onward, who is releasing a report this week on millennials and whether that's an electoral time bomb for the Tories. So you've heard from Seb there. What are your thoughts? Will the Tories' neglect of the under-40s cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 60 60 973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. I'll tell you, in my view, it's a serious electoral time bomb. I'm surprised they took their eye off the ball. I do understand exactly what Seb Payne was saying there, that there are electoral coalitions and the Tories always have to make, every party has to make trade-offs in how they formulate their coalitions of support for elections. But this was openly obvious for anyone to see that at some point chickens were going to come home to roost. And if you haven't made an offer and you've neglected a swathe of the electorate for years and you're not making any compelling offer, you're not building enough houses, you're having people suffering with rents, having to move back with their parents, not feeling they have a stake in a capitalist society, that is not a happy position for a government, particularly a Conservative government, to be in. So I think it is an electoral time bomb, and I think it could cost the Tories the election. But what do you think? Will the Tories' neglect of under-40s cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 6060 973. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 6:17.
This is LBC.
When Greg received his Amazon delivery, his world started spinning. Eco Wash and automatic load adjustment. This washing machine was pure quality for a price that didn't rinse his wallet. 5 stars from Greg. With star reviews from you and star prices from us. Start your search on Amazon today.
Oh, kazoo.
That's the silky sound of a backing singer who's just sold their car using Kazoo. They went online and got a guaranteed price.
They don't chip away.
Kazoo picked up their car from their door and paid them immediately.
Go to Kazoo, see how much a car's worth.
Can you sell your
and also the homeowners that I'm very lucky to not have a mortgage, but I understand, especially where I am, the government in Bexley, it's a high mortgage area in Bexley, and it's difficult.
It's very, very difficult.
And we need to change, not just that, but who's coming into the country as well.
Well, I think, Grant, look, you're obviously one of those people who's in their 50s. You're saying you've done well, you've got your own home, you don't have these issues. But do you talk to younger people who are in the millennial age bracket up to 40 years of old who are actually struggling at the moment? And why are they struggling? I mean, have you come across people who have struggled?
Well, not exactly. Not exactly personally, but I've seen the kids coming out the schools. When I've been driving, I drive.
Right.
And I live in an area where there's schools around me. And 1 minute they're out at the usual time, the kids at school around 3:30, 4 o'clock. And then sometimes they're out other different times. And, it's just the fact that they're all in different times, and then of course the meals.
It's difficult to juggle. It's difficult for parents to juggle with childcare costs and other things as well.
Exactly. And a lot of single. I'm not just talking about mum and dad. I'm talking about single parents where they're struggling to keep their kids in school to get a meal, because a lot of these kids are on junk food. They're on the food, or they're trying to get free stuff from the junk food shops. And that sort of thing.
I think that the cost of living issues, Grant, that you mentioned are absolutely key. I mean, this is one of the issues that Seb Payne was talking about, which is that a lot of people, particularly the younger generation, just like the older generation, want the economy to be run competently. And frankly, that 49-day debacle that happened last year with Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng is still going to cost the Tories dear. The one crumb of comfort is that the Tories seem to be, or younger voters seem to be more amenable to at least listening or giving Rishi Sunak a fair hearing than they were with his predecessors. But the economy is taking a battering. I know that Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt are trying to get it back on track, but that's absolutely fundamental, isn't it, to getting support back from younger voters?
Getting support back from younger voters that are constantly on their mobile phones. These younger voters, I'm talking about teenagers to 21-year-olds, they're listening to the media. Yes. They're on their mobile phones. Yes, they're on YouTube. They're on whatever, TikTok, whatever, doing this stuff. And then maybe they're rolling the dice to see what comes up.
No,
indeed. What can I say?
No, I hear you.
We just had a new king, and that can be struck to the kids. For the last 70 years, we've had one queen. These kids have never seen kings and queens. They've only known Elizabeth.
I hear you. There's a lot of change going on, but I just think fundamentally, Grant, if people don't feel they've got a stake in society, if they can't afford to buy a house, if they can't afford childcare for their kids, it's very, very difficult. And all of those things, traditionally, as you grew older, would make you more conservative with a small c, and it's not happened. Thank you very much for the call. Billy in Colchester in Essex, good evening.
Hello, Ali. The idea that the Tories could go from what they are now to an intelligent, unified force that could get together and pull this back before the next general election is responsible, really,
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a very tall order, and frankly, with a year to go, or 16 months or 18 months or whatever it is to go, I think they've probably left it too late. But Seb Payne from Onward, the think tank, is saying there might be a path back, particularly around taxation, lowering taxes for younger people.
Well, you see, Ali, this person you just spoke of, what political leaning is he?
Because he's running a think tank, so I don't think he's
running a think tank. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, you get a lot of stuff in the media, the right-wing journalists. They're writing stuff, as if, the Tories can pull this back, they can do it, they can do this, they can do that. But they are dreaming, Ali. They're dreaming. But
what do you make of the fact that he found himself in this position? I mean, look, I could read you a piece here from Charlotte Ivers from the Times a few months ago saying, why would anyone under 45 vote Tory? I'll give you a flavour of what she's saying. She's actually quoting James Cowling, 27-year-old Conservative councillor in Greenwich, who said he set up a pressure group entitled The Next Gen Tories, saying age is the new dividing line in politics. And the indication of voting intention is less class, gender or race. It's more about age now. The young people feel totally disenfranchised.
Well, I'm sorry to be utterly boring here, Ali, but I'm sorry all those lead back to Brexit.
Well, do you think it's partly a revenge or Brexit revenge vote on the part of the younger voters? Partly.
Well, the problem with it just tracks back to the fact that Brexit was never deliverable. I mean, you've got Farage saying that the Tories haven't done Brexit properly, it simply was not deliverable. What's my overarching view of Brexit is you have got supposedly intelligent people try to deliver something that they know perfectly well isn't deliverable. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's a fair point, and I do think that a lot of younger voters were not in favour of Brexit. They were in favour of Remain, and I think that they're feeling completely disenfranchised, ignored. They've seen that Brexit hasn't worked. In fact, a lot of people who voted Brexit also say it hasn't worked, but I think it's broader than that, Billy. I also think it's about housing. It's about having a stake in society. I mean, why on earth would you vote Conservative if you can't even afford to buy your own home? And continuously, we've been told that there'll be 300,000 homes built every year, and absolutely, we're way behind that. We're about 150,000 a year, not 300,000. This is a massive issue for the Tories, and I think they've taken their eye off the ball. They made a pact with older people. That's fine. The silver-haired vote, very, very important. I'm not saying you shouldn't look after older voters as well. They're important constituents. But you have to try and find a right balance, and I don't think that they've struck that balance properly. So, do you think that the Tories' neglect of the under-40s will cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 60 60973, text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. At 6:30, the news headlines with Sim.
Down the streets working on plans for some essential goods. Critics say the rising cost of other commodities mean it wouldn't make a jot of difference. Counting is taking place in Turkey's presidential runoff. Early results show a lead for incumbent President Erdogan, but they have mainly come in areas in which he traditionally has support. A government minister and 3 other MPs have been told to repay money after claiming for motoring fines on their expenses. Parliament's standards watchdog says it will block such claims in the future. LBC weather dry overnight with clear spells, a chance of a grass frost in Scotland and a low of 4 degrees.
This is LBC.
Underground pipe for only £12.99 ex-VAT. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcodw.com.
We got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charge to 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
As Bethany opened her Amazon parcel, her heart began to race. Waterproof LCD display and heart rate monitoring. This fitness tracker won first place with Bethany for quality and price. 5 stars from Bethany. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
Access control that keeps your business safe. Heating that keeps it at just the right temperature, whatever time of day it is. Lighting that adjusts automatically by area to help you keep things brighter. Sound and vision that works seamlessly across your space. And tech that brings all this home to the place that's most important. Mosaic BMS, the building technology specialists. Discover the space your building or home could be. Search Mosaic BMS today.
Does your broadband slither around your home? And at peak times, do things feel a little constricted? Well, not when you get full fiber broadband from EE. You get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE, full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk/coverage.
If you've lost £3,000 or more in a scam or fraud, then tell CEL. CELsolicitors.co.uk specialise in confidential, no-win, no-fee fraud and scam recovery. So if you were tricked into investing into cryptocurrency but were denied access to your profits, you could have been scammed. Don't let them get away with it. Let us help you try to get your money back. We listen, we care, we win.
The London Bath Company, for bathrooms designed and installed the way they should be. For your free bathroom design, find your nearest showroom at thelondonbath.co.uk.
Hear that? That's the sound of BP Me Rewards members earning points when they shop at BP. Points to spend on a mouth-watering something in-store or to put towards fuel. Register with BP Me Rewards and get a welcome bonus of 1,000 points worth a tasty £5. From sweet treats and hot meals to mid-journey snacks, we've got it all. Simply download the BP Me app to get started. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Offer ends 29th of May 2023. T's and C's apply. See full conditions at bpmerewards.co.uk.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC 634. I'm asking you this question. Will the Tories' neglect of the under-40s cost them the next election? This is on the back of a report that's coming out from the think tank Onward, which basically says that the Tories have neglected under-40 millennial voters. This is an electoral time bomb that is waiting for the Tories. My question to you is, will that neglect of the under-40s cost the Tories the next election? Call me on 0345 60 973. Text me on 84850. Tweet me at LBC. And Alexa, as always, the ever-dependable Alexa, might have a view. You can ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Richard in Darlington. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are we doing?
I'm very well, thank you, Richard. What would you like to say?
Yeah, it was more the point. I hear you're saying a lot that. So I'm 38. So
okay, so you are. Yeah, you're right in the sweet spot here for the.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
And you know, I'm married. Kids.
Okay.
As a household, we'd be classed as top 10%.
Yeah.
Because we earn over. Well, as a household, we earn over 60.
Okay.
But it's not that we can't afford to buy our own home; it's we can't afford to save a deposit.
How
I pay
interesting.
a lot more. I pay a lot more in rent than anyone I know that pays mortgages. And then every bill in the world goes on top of that. And you try and save alongside that, it's almost impossible.
Richard, tell me, have you been in the past, which way have you lent politically? Can you give me a sense?
Well, as I was younger, I was more of a learner than I was honest.
Yeah.
I got older, joined the army. The army pushed the earth more towards the Tory party. Yeah. That's where I voted last time round.
Yeah, and would you see, this is what traditionally has always been the way, that even Margaret Thatcher was one that actually had more Tories, younger members of the population as they were growing up voting Tory, than now. This is completely reversed. This is bucking a trend. I mean, as people got traditionally older, as they acquired a house, as their kids grew up, as they felt that they had more stake in the society, they became more conservative with the small c. Richard, how do you feel right now? You can't afford to save up for a deposit to buy a house, given the pressures on rents. How are you feeling about the Tory party at the next election?
Well, I don't think they've done themselves any favours, but I don't see anybody else doing any better.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe there is hope. Maybe there's hope. Rishi, if you're listening, dial in. There's hope for you. Well, I mean, look, in the one-person focus group that we're conducting here between you and me, Richard, it looks like it might not all be lost for the Tories, but the problem that you talk about on the deposit side is interesting, because you're saying you can't save for a deposit. Part of the reason for this is because house prices have gone up exponentially in the last decade, right? And why is that? Because we're not building enough homes.
And a lot more are going to the rental market. The percentage of people that have more than one rental property is growing and growing, which is pushing the house prices up and up, which means we're getting more and more stuck in this rental.
Well, do you think, I mean, would you, if the Tories were to actually try and they've had 13 years, so it's a bit difficult now, to be honest, at this late stage to do stuff, but if house building was to increase in a gargantuan manner, to which would actually reduce the overall price of houses to make it more affordable for people like you to get a foot on the housing ladder, would you be more inclined to give them a fair crack at the next election? Would you be inclined to vote for them? It sounds like you're not sold on Labour.
More inclined. I mean, if they did something more, yeah, possibly. Okay. I mean, you'd need some sort of. I mean, if they told me they were bringing back 100% mortgage, I'd vote for them.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think that they are going to try and make more of an offer to people like you, but it's unclear to me as to exactly what that's going to be. I mean, there may be something for you on the tax offer, Richard. Watch this space. But thank you very much indeed for your call. Alexi in Worcester Park, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, good evening. Sorry, apologies. We're in the evening now.
Great show. I guess I just wanted to phone in because I would be what you would call your typical target for the Tories. Like, I arrived in this country about 11 years ago.
Right.
Started on really low wages. 11 years later, I managed to work my way up. I'm now in the highest tax rate paying band.
Okay.
Managed to buy my own property. Right. And I'm 33 years old at the moment.
Now, you're right, exactly in the sweet spot of what they're talking about here. Yeah.
Exactly. So you would think that, in the next 5, 10, 15 years, whatever, moving to the demographic that I'd be voting for it. I will tell you now that I absolutely would never vote Tories again in my life.
Okay, tell me why. Now, that's interesting. And you have voted for them before, Alex, you're saying?
No, I haven't. I've ever voted Lib Dem.
Okay, but that's fine, because traditionally you would have thought that as you're entering, you're buying your own house, you're reaching the top of the income spectrum, traditionally people would have migrated from more leftist parties towards the Tories, and you're definitely not going to do that. Tell us why.
I mean, I don't even know where to start. So, I mean, this whole culture wars platform that they're engaging in, making society ever more polarizing. I look at, most of my friends, the vast majority of my friends, owning a property is an absolute pipe dream.
Yeah.
And I just don't see the policies that they come out with. Like, when you peel them back, it's still appealing to that older demographic.
Yeah.
So I just can't see what they can do that would actually swing my vote. I mean, the party of lower tax, but, right now, the tax liability or the rate of tax is the highest there's ever been, I guess, in living memory for a lot of people.
Well, that's true, but would it make a difference materially to you, Alexi? Because I'm sure that there are people from the senior high command of the Tory party listening to this very conversation. They always eavesdrop on our calls. Do you think that it would make a difference to you if they did make a compelling offer to you around your tax bill?
I don't think so, because where is my tax going? I look at the state of the health service.
Yep.
I look at people struggling. I look at the care system, and I'm happy to pay that high tax, the high tax rate. I'm in a fortunate position where I can absorb that. I can absorb the increase in the mortgage costs, which I'm going to have to remortgage next year, which is quite scary. But where is that money being deployed? We're not seeing actual results. I mean, in the previous hour you were talking about the NHS.
Yes.
And it's for me, unless the next government, Labour or coalition of Labour and Debs, absolutely messes up and causes, a huge dumpster fire with their policies, I don't see myself switching. I want to actually see a government that can govern properly.
Well, I think that's true.
Actually deploy all the taxes that we pay, national insurance, can actually use that properly. And I just, I arrived in this country 11 years ago with David Cameron, and just a continual gradual decline in public services. So,
well, Alexi, it's very interesting you mentioned David Cameron right on cue, because I was about to tell you that when David Cameron was elected to the coalition government in 2010, the average house price in the UK was 175 grand. It's now over 290,000. And you can see that massive increase, wages have not kept up with that. So more and more people are seeing the dream of home ownership slide away from them. And we know that in this country, it's always been the adage, an Englishman's home is his castle. People want to get on the housing ladder. It's one of those things we don't have in our DNA that we want to rent forever. A lot of people really want to own their own home. That's a perfectly laudable thing to do and a very Tory thing to do. And it looks like to me that the Tories have taken their eye off the ball here and are going to lose a lot of these voters. Alexi, thank you very much indeed for your call. Hi, Ali. I'm over 40 and have been Conservative all my life. However, they've lost my vote on behalf of my young children. They've completely destroyed the integrity and potential of this country I love, and it's hard to see a viable future for young people after years of Conservative incompetence and self-serving. Seriously, Ali, I do not know why the Tories are hanging on, rather than to squeeze the last drop out of the system for themselves, with so many problems that they're making, stacking up against them, they are dead souls walking. Nothing they do for under 40s, the over 40s, or any other age group will save it for them now. They need to stop prolonging the agony, admit defeat, and go, says Jan in Camden. Well, you know, it's interesting, Jan, that you mentioned that, because I still think that there is 18 months or so to go before the election. I do think that it's going to be very, very hard for the Tories based on the current trajectory. They're between 9 and 15 points behind, I guess, depending on which poll you read. It's not looking great for them. But I still think the deal is not completely sealed with Starmer, and on younger voters in particular, I do think that the Tories need to make a compelling offer. Now, that might be around tax. I think it'd be quite cynical if it was, but I can't see them building, or even beginning to build, anywhere close to 300,000 homes before the next election. And if you look at this article that I mentioned before, this piece by Charlotte Ivers talking about why would anyone under 45 vote Tory, even Tories themselves are worrying about this point. In fact, it says here, according to polling, that if a general election were held tomorrow, 46% of those over 65 would vote Conservative. Just 15% of those aged 25 to 35 would do so. And Rishi Sunak himself is only 43, so he should understand exactly where these people are coming from. And it's not a happy position. And on the top of that, a lot of them are branded as snowflakes and wonder why they aren't voting for us, says one Tory MP. This is an issue, I think, that the Tories have taken their eye off the ball, and I think it could cost them dearly at the next election. But what do you think? Will the Tories' neglect of the under 40s cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 60973, text me on 84850, and tweet me at LBC. You're listening to Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 6:45.
Coming up at 7 on LBC, Rachel Johnson.
Whether you approve of what Just Stop Oil is doing or not, does Labour's decision to ban drilling in the North Sea prove the group's working?
Rachel Johnson on LBC.
My favourite thing about London is its parks. Green spaces and fresh air are essential to all of us in this busy city. I know that the quality of the air we breathe can also have a major impact on our health, so it's so important that we clear London's air.
That's why the Mayor of London and TfL are expanding the ultra-low emission zone to help clear London's air and improve health. The ultra-low emission zone is expanding across all London boroughs from the 29th of August this year. 9 out of 10 cars driving in outer London meet the emission standards. To check your vehicle and see the support available, search ULEZ 2023.
The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale is on right now, and you can save on every range. Whatever your style, find furniture for every room. And whether you choose a new bed, a gorgeous dining table, or a comfy sofa, they're always built to last. So don't miss out. Get great savings on furniture with lasting value you can trust. Only in the Bank Holiday Sale at Oak Furnitureland. Ends Monday.
Hear that? That's the sound of BP Me Rewards members earning points when they shop at BP. Points to spend on a mouth-watering something in-store or to put towards fuel. Register with BP Me Rewards and get a welcome bonus of 1,000 points worth a tasty £5. From sweet treats and hot meals to mid-journey snacks, we've got it all. Simply download the BP Me app to get started. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Offer ends 29th of May 2023. T's and C's apply. See full conditions at bpmerewards.co.uk.
When it comes to helping those that really need it, actions speak louder than words. So here's what we've been doing at British Gas. Over the past year, we've given £50 million in energy debt support, including grants to help with bills. And we're keeping homes powered with emergency energy credit. That's enough talking. Let's get on with the doing. British Gas. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know? With Seresto, you can fit and forget about your pet's flea and tick treatment for the next 7 to 8 months in just one application. Seresto Flea and Tick Control Collar provides long-lasting, clinically proven flea and tick protection for both cats and dogs. So you can say goodbye to monthly applications and hello to long-lasting protection. Simply fit and forget about fleas and ticks with Seresto from now until October. Find out more at Seresto.co.uk and to find your local store.
Paint your walls a shade that'll get your neighbours staring. At Wix, get Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion. Was £21, now 16. Be house proud with Wix. Terms apply.
At Tesco Mobile, we're a little bit and a little bit. We call it Supermarket Mobile. It means we can dish out help like no other network. That's why we offer helpful extras like club card points towards your weekly shop. Welcome to the helpful network. Welcome to Supermarket Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. Tesco Club Card holders only. Collect one Club Card point for every £1 spent. See tescomobile.com/clubcardpoints.
Let your imagination run wild at Disney's The Lion King. Exploding with glorious colours, stunning effects and enchanting music. Watch in awe as the majesty of the Serengeti comes to life all around you, right in the heart of London's West End. Discover more at thelionking.co.uk.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
What's your tip for the big match?
Well, it's going to be a bit lively, that is for sure. And there's a bit of needle there. They're both dangerous from set pieces, and neither one will keep a clean sheet. So your best bet is clean sheet. Oh, look, Nora, I've only gone and left the washing on the line.
Harry?
Sean was going to kill me.
Your best bet at Bet. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Do you know what? Tomorrow I'll have been here 20 years.
20 years? That's amazing. We should be celebrating.
I don't think anyone will remember, and anyway, I don't really want any fuss.
You make the moments that matter. We just send the flowers. Zingflowers.com for beautiful bouquets, plants and gifts. Order before 9 p.m. for next weekday delivery. See website for details. Zing Flowers. Amazing every time.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Ali Mirage.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC. It's just gone 6:50. I'm asking you, will the Tories' neglect of the under-40s cost them the next election? Call me on 0345 6060973. Text me on 84850 and tweet me at LBC. Joe, I'll come to your call in just a second. One text come in. I'm 21.